Young friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very good morning to you. And just a couple of sentences about this wonderful institution for our guests. As I would always say, about 26 years ago, a star was born in the South. And that was the baptism and initiation into a new order in legal education. Like the journey of the Messiah, the journey of legal education has totally undergone transformation with the baptism of an institution called National Law School of India University, which brought a paradigm shift in legal education. And today, the pioneer that National Law School of India University was in 1988 has become a leader in legal education after having brought respect and dignity to the pursuit of legal education. And the very fact that there are more than 17 law schools, apart from some distinguished private law schools, clearly testifies to the fact that there was regeneration of a new order. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here this morning to discuss and debate on a very important concept called net neutrality. Only thing I would like to say is, yes, we must have value neutrality to discuss net neutrality first. Do not have preconceived values, do not have prejudices. And two things I would like to mention is discussion about what we call something free is not new. Way back in 1936 itself, we had a judgment in Australia, which was called the James versus Commonwealth of Australia, which said free means what? Is it free of all law? Is it free of all restrictions? Is it free of interference? Is it free of regulations? Is it free of pecuniary impacts? And the whole debate boils down to, should we have a procedure where we would be regulating the net and not restricting the net? The other day I was reading a very interesting article in Business Standard which said economics says the idea of net neutrality should be rejected. But politics says the idea of net neutrality should be accepted. And as the indications are, politics will win, though not on rational grounds, but to what extent it is true. Now, are we going to create a new order where you have netizens who are pitted against babujans, as you would like to call? Because a babujan is one who has a dominant share of values in a social order. Therefore, please remember, in the entire history of human race, when the human relations were structured and when human relations were in a hierarchical nature, the concept of uneven distribution of value started, leading to exploitation. Now, is internet going to be another domain where exploitation is going to take place? Is internet going to be a domain where, what I would say, monopoly laws and antitrust laws and competition laws also are relegated to the background? Should you have reasonable restrictions? But as the poet has said, reasonable like beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. What is reasonable? Nobody can say that. Therefore, I'm sure this two-day conference would throw new light and give those useful insights to net neutrality, that we will have a net where you have equitable distribution of values. I congratulate Sarthak and his team for having taken this initiative. From the administration side, once again, I assure you of all our cooperation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Right, so when we're talking about network management, I think it's important to understand what we mean by the term itself. And network management essentially it indicates that network providers have certain amount of control over the data that flows through their network. Now, when I use the word control, it could mean a variety of things. It could mean blocking of content. It could mean termination fees, which means that they charge you to enter their network. It could mean offering differentiated services. And it could also, most importantly, mean adopting unjustified techniques to manage this network. So I think in exploring different approaches to network management, it's really important for us to first determine what we mean when we say possible harms, because net neutrality as a subject isn't really, at least I don't think it is black and white. I don't think you can be for or against. I think each aspect of net neutrality needs to be understood in a sort of nuanced way. When I use the word harm, am I talking about harm to net neutrality or harm to what we want? Now, for example, we block port 25, which is an SMTP port, which is a special mail transfer protocol port, which is a violation, and many would argue is a violation of net neutrality. However, most of us think it's a good thing. On the other hand, we occasionally block port 80, and that is an HTTP port, which isn't actually desirable in all circumstances. So what do we really understand when we say that there's a harm to net neutrality or something is justified or not? Another example, actually a very good example, is when BitTorrent was throttled by network providers all over the world. Now, I mean, most of us use it to, download movies and a lot of things, but I think, okay, and Linux, but I don't think it's necessarily always illegal. There are parts of it that are legal as well. However, it was throttled in many networks around the world. So is this really a harm? If so, then what is it a harm to? Is it a harm to net neutrality? Is it a harm to consumer choice, which is one of the cornerstones of net neutrality as we know it today? So to better understand the term, I'd actually like to go through 3 different approaches that have been most popular, I think, throughout the world. The first one is by Christopher Yu. He's a professor at UPenn. And what he says is that we cannot have ex ante regulation. So we can't have regulation before the harm has actually occurred, because such regulation is a blunt instrument. So according to Yu, he says that this blunt instrument does not give us a fine distinction of what we want. And precisely because we aren't really sure of what the outcome is that we're trying to avoid. What is, the worst harm that could happen? Precisely, what are we trying to avoid? Because that is not very well known to us. If we start regulating ex ante, what we will do is possibly regulate against the good that we are, pursuing. And he says that unless the consequence is truly catastrophic or irreversible, we should go as far as we can on a case-by-case basis. Now, the second school of thought is Barbara Van Schawick, who is at Stanford Law School. And she says that if you're going to go by a case-by-case basis, you're not helping anyone. You're not helping the people who are going to use your network because they don't know what protections are in place. You're not going to help network providers because they don't know when they're carrying out a reasonable network management practice or not. So what she says, her idea of net neutrality hinges on 4 main principles. She says that for net neutrality to really exist as we want it to, we have to account for user choice, we have to account for innovation, we have to account for a network that is blind to applications, in application agnostic, as Chaitanya had explained a little earlier, and also we have to have low cost for innovation. Now, within this understanding of network neutrality that she has given us, what she says is that if we're going to have reasonable network management practices, these practices have to be application agnostic. So we do not discriminate on the basis of where certain data is coming from, where it's going and who it's coming from and what the particular data is. And And in the US, reasonable network management practices is actually is an exception to the open internet rules. And so Van Shavik, in essence, she tells us that you can deviate from that rule in a narrowly tailored fashion, that is her terminology, narrowly tailored fashion, and only if you cannot be completely neutral by being agnostic. So just to be clear, she wants reasonable network management practices to be application agnostic. So that means we don't discriminate on data depending on where it came from or where it's going. If we cannot do that, if you're going to deviate from that standard, you must deviate in the most narrow way possible. And when she means narrow way possible, what Barbara Van Schaik is saying that you should not discriminate or prioritize based on your preference. Okay, so this is more of, I think, it's not a case-by-case approach, but it's sort of advocating a very, very nuanced approach to net neutrality and saying that there is an exception, there's an exception to that exception, which I mean, I think a lot of people will agree is a really interesting approach. However, my only reservation with this is that she gives us instances where she says net neutrality is preserved, okay, but that is not an exhaustive list. So again, we come back to the same problem of not knowing what regulation is in violation of net neutrality. We are unaware of what protections are available within the framework, and so it's not really very clear. The third approach is by Matthew Prince, who's the CEO of Cloudflare. And his is actually quite an interesting approach. He says that we should confine ourselves to standards and not rules. So as lawyers, I think all of us are quite well aware of the fact that we get paid to look for loopholes in rules. But it's Prince's argument that if you have a standard by which you test your practices against, then there's really no scope to look for loopholes because it's a standard. It's a principle that you put in place. You test each practice against that principle. And it's also an interesting argument that he makes that if you know your outcome, this is quite similar to Christopher Yu, he says that if you know your outcome, if you know exactly what the situation is, what you are trying to avoid and how you want to avoid it, it makes sense to make rules because then there's clarity of thought in each process of rulemaking. However, net neutrality, I personally don't think there's one definition of net neutrality that everyone has agreed on. And the fact that we don't even have complete consensus on that definition would perhaps, make way for following some parts of Prince's argument that says that let's compare our practices against a standard which we can, and there are no real, there's no real scope for any loophole in that sense. So I hope these three approaches have been clear. I'd just like to move on and talk about practices followed by other countries. Now, most countries do use the word reasonable network management principles. And so the first one is Slovenia. They had an Electronic Communications Act, I think it was passed December 20th, 2012, and Article 203 talks about reasonable network management practices. All the underlining is done by me just so that it's easier to read. They have a standard of restrict, delay or slowing internet traffic to mean that it is an unjustified or unreasonable network practice. And they also talk about integrity and security of networks. Now, this is very similar to the Netherlands, which also talks about integrity and security. And perhaps the most interesting part of their reasonable network management practices is subpoint A, that they say that equal types of traffic should be treated equally. So, moving away from the traditional, as Chaitanya had said in his speech, that all data is the same, they have said that equal types of traffic should be treated equally. So similar traffic is treated similarly, which I think is also very interesting. You then have Brazil, which in Article 9 of the Marco Civil Law of the Internet, they state that technical requirements is the test that they want to go by. Technical requirements or emergency. Now this is very interesting because in attempting to define what is a reasonable network management practice, a few scholars have said that anything is reasonable as long as it's for a technical purpose, as long as it's not for a commercial purpose. And that's a very broad sort of generalization to make, but it's interesting to see that it's been actually implemented in the law. And they also ask for transparency, equality, proportionality in a, and if you look at 2 sub-point 3, they said in an advance notice provide in a transparent, clear and sufficiently descriptive manner to its users the traffic management and mitigation practices adopted. So while most of the regulation just calls for transparency, this is actually giving a mechanism, which is also another interesting point to note. Right, so the United States, like I said earlier, it talks about exceptions, it talks about reasonable network management as an exception. And again, here they say it's a primarily technical network management justification. So that is the standard that they are holding themselves to. And they also talk about network architecture. So they completely sort of excluding any sort of commercial or preferential treatment, although they don't say that in those many words. And finally, we have Chile, where again there's great emphasis on security of the network. So only upon express requests of users can you block any access. So in effect, this is saying that the only time you can actually block data is if I ask you to do it, which I don't think that will arise too often. But, okay, so this is the comparative framework, and I think later in the discussion it would be interesting to see what standards we would like to adopt in the Indian scenario and what standards we think will not translate very well into the Indian framework. Finally, this is actually the prescriptive part of my presentation, where I'm talking about reasonable network management principles that we would like to see. And this is actually part of CIS's submission to try. So we are saying that assuming that there is no negative discrimination, assuming that there is no blocking and there is no throttling, what is the next test to determine what is reasonable or not? And I think law students will realize that this is quite an Article 14 sort of argument. We're saying that as long as there's an intelligible differentia between classes which are to be treated differently. So if we're going to treat two kinds of data differently, there has to be an intelligible differentia between that. There has to be a rational nexus between differential treatment and the aim of such differentiation. And finally, that aim of such differentiation must be legitimate and related to, and you'll see this is very similar to reasonable network management practices around the world. It says security, stability, efficient functioning of the network, or the technical limitation outside the control of the ISP. So, so we are saying that if you have to discriminate, okay, if there's a situation where you cannot reasonably manage your network without discrimination, this is the first test that we'd like to put in place. Further, if you're going to provide a specialized service we mean by services which can't be provided using the best efforts delivery guarantee. So, for example, like Skype is a special service because, okay, okay, so if we're talking about specialized services, we're talking about the discriminatory treatment should not harm the provision of the rest of the internet to the customers, and also the service should be available to the user only upon request and not without their active choice. So I think this is also an interesting test to sort of incorporate when we're talking about desirable network management practices in India. And I'd be happy to get your thoughts and any questions during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidushi. I also noticed, by the way, that in the last round, specialized services, you talk about common carriers. So even more food for thought for people in terms of like the principles of this and how you'd like to talk about that. That's something that I know will come up in the next panel as well, but that's something that we can discuss about. And it links a bit to what Chaitanya mentioned about the origins of a lot of this network neutrality regulation. For example, in the US, explicitly coming from the original idea about common carriers. But this is something that, you know, there's a lot we can discuss further. And I'm going to now hand it over to Janardhan, who's going to be going across several of these points. And as I mentioned, once Janardhan completes, we'll be then taking Q&A from all of you. And I'll outline the rules there, but please keep questions ready and then we'll be running it through the entire panel. But in the meantime, please focus all of your energy and attention on Janardhan, who's going to be just going over his point. Do you need to connect up?
So hey guys, so I'm going to be primarily dealing with the aspect of zero rating, and I'm going to kind of give a run through of how it's been dealt with in different jurisdictions, and with a very strong emphasis on what's been happening in developing countries. So just to give you an idea, some countries that have banned zero rating include Chile, to some extent Norway, prominently the Netherlands, and countries like Japan in some instances, and Slovenia has also had some cases with regard to same. Right. Can you hear me? Right. So, and some other countries which have had some interesting cases, especially with relation to TV and provision of internet on them, are South Korea and Canada. I'm just going to give an idea of that. But so my main aim is to do two things with this presentation. No, I don't have a presentation. Right. So my main aim is to do two things with this presentation. Deal with as many jurisdictions and cases as possible which relate to zero rating in respect of net neutrality. But my focus is completely non-US and non-Brazil, keeping in mind how this panel has moved so far. We can't decide on this demarcated, these, and speak about the legal frameworks in places there and deal with some specific cases. Secondly, highlight the global and local economic scenario within which each of these frameworks operates, and try to understand from that guiding perspective why each country has chosen to do what they have done and what its implications are for them. With the belief that while countries can be grouped into developing and developed, first world, second world, third world, etc., each country exists in a unique position with regard to its specific economic conditions, which organizations it belongs to, what are its primary industries, what is its history of internet access and usage. And so the primary belief that each country must be looked at individually, kind of uniquely in that perspective. The objective is to look at all these jurisdictions and related factors in order to inform and arrive at a better legal framework for the Indian scenario. So deal with some specific instances, then take a step back and understand what's happening on the larger scale. My central argument is a pretty basic one. To some of us, it may seem obvious, but it's one thing that its true relevance, I think, can be better understood after my presentation. My basic argument is this. With the price sensitivity of customers in developing countries leading to a greater degree of adoption and penetration of low-cost smartphones and the associated shifts occurring due to greater connectivity in this regard, to products and services moving to the mobile wireless internet as their delivery platform, a legal framework needs to be developed that balances the interests of global assimilation with the growing innovation that responds to indigenous characteristics that's best suited to the local environment, so that each country can build their own legal frameworks in that. So I'd like to begin with what I believe is the most important jurisdiction in that regard for us, and a great focus of my presentation is on this jurisdiction. That would be the country of Chile. So Chile is one of those very few countries who has a great degree of legal clarity on zero rating and its economic on zero rating. So Chile enacted what has been called the first net neutrality legislation in the world by amending the General Telecommunications Act to include 5 new obligations or prohibitions on ISPs. These related to privacy, parental control, zero rating, and consumer contract information. The ones relevant to zero rating are the first and the fifth one. The first one places a prohibition on ISPs from interfering, discriminating, or hindering the content, application, or services, with the exceptions of situations which relate to privacy of users, protection from viruses, and network security. The fifth one forces ISPs to ensure access to all types of content, services, or applications available on the network, and offers services that do not distinguish content, application, and services based on the source of the same or some other reason. It also prohibits activities that restrict the freedom of users to use content or services unless expressly requested by the users. So basically, both of these provisions prohibit ISPs from throttling or blocking services or zero rating any services, the fifth one, with categories of exceptions, one that's practical of protection of users and systems, and the other in relation to the consent or choice of the user. So the Minister for Transport and Communications at the time, Felipe Morande, said that it was a priority for policymakers that with this law to advance greater connectivity. This is particularly interesting because if anyone has been following the internet.org debate or was here yesterday for the first session, they will know that this is the exact same argument used by Facebook is using for zero rating its services on Facebook Zeros and its partners in Chile to allow universal access, a program for internet literacy. So why do you think Chile and Facebook, so while you may think that Chile and Facebook are on the same side of this issue, so it's really surprising that last year, around this time last year in Chile, Subtel, which is the just one second. Yeah, Subtel reprimanded Facebook and its partners for zero rating their services and asked them to discontinue these services by July 1st, which they have done. Subtel found the activity of zero rating to be against the principles of net neutrality, which had been legislated in 2010, and found them to be anti-comparative. What Facebook was doing is essentially zero rating, was allowing on certain carrier networks they're tied in with mobile users to access their watered down version of Facebook called Facebook Zero without any cost to them on mobile data, but they could not access external links, photos or videos. Twitter was doing the same here as well as in the Republic of South Africa. One important thing to keep in mind is that Facebook Zero is not a paid zero rating service in the sense that Facebook does not pay carriers to do it. It is by mutual agreement between them. Essentially, no one pays for it, the mobile data. So on the Subtel website, there are some primary responsibilities. So what is Subtel? Like, who is this, a judicial authority? What is this? So there's some primary responsibilities. I went on to the translated website. The one relevant for us being that they're committed to enforcing and promoting competition for the development of an information society. And the way they characterize themselves repeatedly as a regulator on private players, on their compliance and maintainers and enforcers of competition in telecom and related fields. So while there is a huge emphasis on increasing connectivity in the current government's plans for 2014 to 18, there is at the same time a recognition of the idea that Chile wants to build an information society for their citizens in the long run. Now, so what exactly is an information society? And all of this, I mean, it may seem as if I'm drawing out too much on what Chile is doing, but all of this is very directly relevant to India and its debate currently. So what exactly is an information society? So according to the UNESCO, an information society has three main characteristics. The information must be used as an economic resource that must be used to increase efficiency and competition. This leads to a trend of more information-oriented organizations coming up which add more value to society and overall economic benefit, improve the standard of people. The second characteristic is it is possible to identify greater use of information among the public. Thus, people use information more in their daily lives to exercise their consumer choice, to understand the different products available, and to exercise their civil rights and entitlements. So, like yesterday, we had a question on e-governance. The third is the development of the internet sector, the information sector in the economy itself, with organizations which exclusively deal with providing information facilities. But also networks, systems, content providers, and technological infrastructure, like computers, tablets, phones, towers, etc. This means that Chile is willing to forego an increase in the number of people connected to the internet with an incremental advantage through Facebook Zero and like initiatives in favor of building a larger, more matured knowledge economy which enshrines these features. They want, in relation to the second aspect, to create a situation where consumers are able to pick and choose the aspect of choice emphasized upon, which services exactly they want on a level playing field, which was emphasized in the first presentation yesterday, that a level playing field is what everyone wants, and to have and exercise maximum choice in that regard, to ensure information services lead to a situation of competition over an oligopolic system for greater general economic benefit, and that new industries can be incentivized to be created by necessity, that is the IT industry. This can also be seen in the government's initiative to increase internet speeds in government universities. So some legal points that we need to take out of this is that the telecom regulator and the competition regulator for the telecom sector are one and the same. The subtel, as Chile is the Department of Telecommunications, has brought both these under one roof in their legal framework, recognizing the importance of competition to net neutrality principles. That the responsibility to maintain and push for competitiveness is explicitly and primarily with the telecom regulator. Decision making is unilateral. The government decides what is permissible and what is not. And while Subtel has committed itself to setting up a collegiate of a judicial body with representatives across different perspectives in order to look into the competition aspect, is so far not materialized. This is particularly relevant in the context of what Norway did in 2009, where they essentially sat down with a bunch of, where they sat down with stakeholders from across the board, academia, people from telecom companies, and they both bilaterally came up with agreed upon principles that they agreed with, that they would follow, and since then they haven't faced any serious issue in this regard. The net neutrality laws that have been placed in the telecommunication legislative framework instead of others such as the consumer or competition law frameworks, as in other countries, which I'll deal with later. Punishment for violation is a fine, and the consent of the consumer can be taken to zero rate, which, while I commend the Brazilian government for not being paternalistic in this regard, it opens up a dangerous window for which consumer would not want this facility of accessing Facebook at a lower cost. Now, let's take a step back and identify this within larger economic conditions. So, Chile is a continental law or civil law country, exactly like Brazil, which means that there's no such thing as judgment law. It's a civil law country. So, what this means for us is, so while no case has happened yet, the Subtel's actions cannot be taken to be a final word on how zero rating is viewed and only representative of the executive current perspective. However, it is a guide to the attitude as we move forward. If one looks at the telecom sector in Chile, one gets the feeling that they are attempting to make sure that they do not make the same mistakes they made in other forms of media in the internet. In a report 2 years ago by Reporters Without Borders, it was explained how there is an excessive concentration of media ownership. 95% of all print titles are held in the hands of two media houses, El Mercurio and Copesa. Under a system set up under the dictatorship of Chile in the 1980s, which continues to the law continues to this day, not the dictatorship, the dictatorship to this day, they receive subsidies amounting to $5 million each year at the expense of independent media organizations. 60% of radio stations are owned by privately owned Spanish group Prisa. The other 40% of independent radio stations struggle as there's no legal framework to allow for a level playing field. The worst part is community media is disallowed under 36B of the General Telecommunications Act. What all this means is that the internet is the one free media space which any Chilean can work, consume, and produce in without fear of persecution, heavy entry barriers, or high costs. So this is a situation very similar to what we face in India right now. A huge entry barriers to other media houses, the excessive media, well, not as excessive as this, the excessive concentration of media ownership means that the internet is the one free space where reporting and where our own views are able to be voiced. And in some cases in India, it's, for example, well, now 66A has been watered down or struck down, so that's cool. But in other cases, it's the one place where we need to go. To highlight some of the factors that are important for consideration in the net neutrality debate in relation to Chile, Subtel has actively participated in projects which improve fiber optic connectivity in Latin America with other partner countries. This means that connectivity is being ensured and technology infrastructure being set up through government initiatives. All work is being undertaken to eliminate the asymmetries between fixed and mobile networks. So that while in other jurisdictions such as France and Sweden, where, for example, in France, the Orange telecommunication network, currently, which is fighting a battle with the government to keep ownership of itself because of some interesting corporate law regulations they have there. But essentially, Orange, a couple of years ago, in a mob shakedown kind of situation, forced Google to zero rate its services. They essentially, they pride themselves on this in their own communications in their own PR communications, where they essentially forced Facebook to zero rate its services to its consumers in France. And in Sweden, because of the competition between traditional voice services and Skype, since the ISPs, like in the US, you highlighted how the ISPs are also content providers and voice service providers. So in that situation, because there was this conflict of interest, Skype, the prices were increased, and so that created a problem. So one of the interesting things about the Chilean environment, which is, I think, pretty much unique, is one of the initiatives is for billing to be made mandatory, done by only per second for voice and per kilobyte for data, which means ISPs can only charge for services rendered and not round up. The effect this has on zero rating debate is that as a corollary, it restricts the ability of a carrier to enter a paid zero rating arrangement with a content provider, as that is also a service rendered and the service provider would be required to charge per kilobyte for that service rendered. According to figures released by Subtel, with broadband and mobile internet services, there's been an explosive growth of 49.2% between January in 2012, reaching a penetration of 22.8 connections per 100 inhabitants, which is crazy in a country which up until 2011, easily less than half the population, as was estimated, did not have internet connectivity at all. There is a significant growth in mobile navigation. 76.6% are on 3G connections, and the government has released new schemes for competitions and auctions, etc., for the 4G network. So, according to 2011 report, Chile moved quickly to the average internet penetration in OECD countries, set up a goal. 2014, right? So basically the point is there's massive penetration and usage of mobile wireless network data and taking up of low-cost smartphones. So this is essentially where it all comes together for us. What all this means is that, unlike what was predicted, Chile's net neutrality laws are actually helping more people get connected to a wider range on the internet. The government is actively sponsoring fiber connectivity. The aim of universal access has not been left behind. What Facebook said after what Subtel did last year is continuously going against net neutrality laws that affect zero rating. The reality on the ground is the aim of universal access has not been left behind. This would mean a strong information technology industry could also be facilitated in setting up new avenues for growth, both in GDP terms as well as the highest standard for living for people. New and innovative products can also be developed, and the needs of the consumer population, the local conditions, leading to a situation of shared wealth, but not creating an unequal playing field will hamper this. But creating one will hamper this in the future. So anyone who is got any degree of familiarity with the Indian current financial and economic environment can relate to the amount of parallels between Chile and India currently in terms of how innovation is central to what's happening, how the growth of the economy kind of depends upon this, with a great degree of money coming in supporting these startups. And so Chile's economy is primarily agricultural as well. It's also finance, tourist-based financial sector. They don't have an IT industry, and India has that. So there's a great degree of parallels that we need to draw and look at from their experience. So I don't know how much time I have left.
You have 3 minutes.
Alright, so let's quickly go through all the other jurisdictions. So zero rating as an issue has been dealt with differently by different legal frameworks. The debate has been dominated by the American perspective since 2005, but there are significant developments elsewhere as well. The European Parliament last year passed a very forward-looking legislation that was championed by the Socialist Party. But unfortunately, when it came to the European Council, which is basically, if you know how the UN works, there's the GA and then there's the Security Council. The EU kind of works in a similar way. There's a European Parliament and then moves to the European Council. So European Council is basically one person nominated from each person and they sit there and vote on it. So it's been significantly watered down, especially Amendment 235 and 236, which dealt exclusively with zero rating and prevented discrimination. These have been done away with. The Italian presidency, which is the current head of the EU, has specifically said has leaked out information on this, on speaking about it. They're kind of doing what Try did a couple of days ago with people's email IDs. So I guess that's where Try got the idea. But essentially, they're not being very supportive of this. Thankfully, there are other people who are, such as the Latvian presidency, which recently went forward and put out a plan where it said that that the law presently in front of the European Council, as in the watered down version, is against the 2002 e-privacy directive and basically the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU, which is kind of central to the entire operation of the thing. Our member nations have moved beyond. Netherlands, as I told you, has made it, as I told you in Chile, it's part of the telecom regulatory framework. Netherlands has made it part of its consumer protection and competition regulation. So both these aspects have been brought under one roof. Recently fining Vodafone for violating these laws, for zero rating the HPO Go app on its mobile wireless network. Slovenia has made part of its Electronics Communication Act, I think about 3 years ago. Recently fining 2 local telecom providers for zero rating a music app and a cloud storage service respectively. The second one I think not paid, and the first one paid. Norway has come up, as I told you about the Norwegian experience and the Swedish experience. And I've spoken about Chile and everything, and Canada and South. So, and once again, just relating back to common carrier aspect in the US. So that's a very common law. That's a very common law idea of having a common carrier, and it has been adopted in Japan, where they look at it in terms of common carriers. And it has been adopted in one other place in South. So I told you about fights that are happening in terms of where the ultimate internet goes to in Canada and South Korea. So South Korea, Samsung is currently fighting the telecommunications department, because they blocked access for about like hundreds and thousands of users on their ITV networks, and there's a wide network. And Canada recently did the same for one ISP doing it for its affiliate content provider. I think that ends my rambling and well-intentioned presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janardhan. And in fact, so I know that many of you have questions, and this is going to be, we want to encourage as much discussion as possible. I just want to check on time. How much time do we have? We have till 1:15? So I'm going to exercise moderator, I can say till 1 o'clock, or let's see how we, yeah? 1:30, so we'll then try and wrap up in 20 minutes then. And before that, I just wanted to build on to a bit of what Janardhan was mentioning. Many of you will probably, the European Parliament process is interesting in itself. It's complicated, difficult to understand, but essentially it's sometimes called a triarchy or trilogue, which is perhaps the worst word ever created in the English language. But the Europeans, so we give them space. The discussion essentially there is the European Parliament can propose something, but then detail has to be filled in by the European Commission, which is the actual body which has initial legislative powers in Europe, but it must not be vetoed or blocked by the European Council, which are member states acting in an individual level. But as Janardhan mentioned, that hasn't stopped European states from going ahead and doing this as well. I'll just perhaps add on to what he was saying, that there are discussions at the soft law or initial principle stages, which has been there in Korea and Japan. Japan also perhaps unique because it has a big national fiber backbone run by one particular company, and therefore there are unique issues involving that backbone. But there have also been discussions in Singapore and many other places. But I'd like to thank Janardhan because I think very few people have managed to go into the detail of what's existing in Chile in terms of how it's operated, what's been the effect over several years, as well as how the regulator has worked and not worked, and as he mentioned. So you've heard many different points here from the speakers, and I'm going to jump in with my questions later because moderators don't have free speech rights. We're supposed to just help everyone here produce and contribute to the discussion. I like to open it up, so would people have questions? We take a couple of questions perhaps together. So I like to take 2 or 3, or at least maybe 3 to 4 questions together, and then have the speakers address that. When providing your question, please indicate your background and your affiliation, if any, and your name. and we're going to go, and I am going to try and start with people who may not have spoken, which is why I'm ignoring Pranesh on my right very deliberately, because I'd like to encourage more speakers to also take part in the discussion, which is why, for example, I'm withholding my comments till later. Would people have questions, comments? Don't let Pranesh bully you. Please feel free to contribute to the discussion.
Hello, my name is Sharda. I am a graduate student of public policy in NLS. My question is directed to Chaitanya. You said that one of the things that we should guard against is private participation to providing access. It's not something that we should avoid in the Indian context. In your experience, do you see this as something that has been done in other jurisdictions? And if so, are there experiences that we can borrow from? Like, I realized that in India, there is more and more proliferation of private players trying to provide access as well. I think Google Fiber is one of the interesting experiments that are currently being undertaken in that regard. Is there any legislative precedents in other jurisdictions that you are aware of where we can gain some lessons from?
Just take a couple. Anyone else who has more questions, either on the same point or completely different, because we want to make sure that all of you can contribute. Anyone else would like to add to that or have a separate question or a related question?
I just had a question. I think I'd...
Please give me a name.
My name is Monish. I'm from NLS, my first year. I think it's best directed at Janardhan because he spoke about zero rating. So I actually wanted to pose this to Deepali yesterday, but unfortunately she had to leave earlier. But given that Facebook's avowed objective is increasing access to the internet as across to people who traditionally wouldn't have had that, in India the strategy that they followed of partnering with Reliance. Now, as far as I understand, Reliance only holds about 5% of the market share in India. And doesn't that, as opposed to partnering with Airtel or Vodafone, wouldn't that be a much better strategy in terms of keeping with their avowed objective of increasing access to this thing we call the internet? So, is there some other aspect of this that we're missing out, or is Facebook being rather short-sighted in its objectives?
Anyone else who would like to ask a question or a comment? Great. Okay, we can start with that at least. So we have two questions. One directed to Chaitanya, one Janardhan. But please, other panelists, feel free to intervene on this. Chaitanya, would you like to start with the question about private participation?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. In terms of precedents from other countries, I think you have both lessons of what works and what definitely doesn't work, right? So I think I spoke initially about the completely private US system, which definitely comes with its own challenges, especially as far as wired access is concerned. So I think a vertically integrated wired provider that's privately owned is certainly not a great idea. What I would say, in terms of comparing India to other countries, I think what we should do is take what we've already got and try and sort of bring that closer to countries where a similar system works, right? So I think what the government has been planning for a while is a publicly owned backbone of the national optical fiber network, on the back of which middle mile, last mile provision will be done by private players, and this backbone will be opened up to private players on a non-discriminatory basis, right? I think that's a good idea in theory. It has worked in, I think the UK is one place where the backbone is privately owned, and then the last mile connectivity is provided both by private players and I don't know if BT owns...
so BT owns the network which is open access, so they're forced to...
Right, exactly. So I think that's a great example of what the government wants to do with the national optical fiber network. I think Australia, if I'm not mistaken, I think Australia also the national fiber backbone is publicly owned, and then the service provision happens off the back of that by private players. So I think those are definitely, and it definitely works in those countries. So those are good precedents for us to follow, simply because this publicly owned backbone plan is already in place. Well, I think the issue in India is the execution of the backbone, because the national optical fiber network is nowhere close to being completed. Even when it is completed, there's really no clarity on the terms under which private last mile ISPs can interconnect with it. So I think UK and Australia would present a good sort of ideal to aspire to, but I think the problems with execution mean that it may not. It's easier said than done.
Would you like to start the question on Facebook and I think Reliance and the partnership there?
So obviously the question is best directed to Ms. Dipali. I can't speak on Facebook's behalf on what they're doing there or what their strategy was. I wasn't there, but I do feel that personally, I do feel that Internet.org is much more a bid by Facebook to capture new markets for itself and onboard more customers on a simpler version in a price sensitive area than an actual bid to free the internet, as a literacy program. They've been in North America, the usual base, losing that base. In North America, everyone uses Twitter and Snapchat now, no one uses Facebook. So they're trying to acquire new markets. So that's what I think Internet.org is about. As to why Reliance and why not Airtel, I believe that Reliance, as we saw yesterday, is one of the most aggressive people when it comes to trying to undercut the competition. We saw yesterday of a situation where telecoms were fighting amongst each other, and despite a very low tariff, Reliance went below that and allowed Reliance customers to talk to other Reliance customers for free much before other people also did that. So they're much more aggressive in that respect. And finally, anything that Mukesh Bhai touches turns to gold. So it must have just been the best partnership that Zuckerberg could have found that he wanted to. And I think Airtel would have also, Airtel also wanted to launch its own version of Zero and compete with Facebook in this market considering their strength. So it didn't make strategic sense for them.
Just to clarify one thing, there's a difference between RIL and RCOM. All right, it's RCOM that entered into a association, not RIL. Mukesh owns RIL. Right, just a clarification.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But essentially that's the only, so Internet.org subsists on the fact that Facebook does not pay for it, that it develops a relationship with the carrier, and the carrier, out of the goodness of their heart, allows Internet.org to do this. Essentially, in letting go of short-term revenue in order to maximize long-term growth. So they would have found them to be the only person ready to do this at that point.
And I just want to put a question here and then open it up for further questions. I think the one question to put to all of you is based on comparative practices, since we discussed the issue of zero rating. What have been the described benefits or lack of impact with regards to zero rating from different countries? So in countries which have regulated, I think Janardhan pointed towards this in Chile, because I think it came up specifically in Chile that when they banned zero rating, your viewpoint has been that it's not harmed the growth of their telecom infrastructure. But I just put this question across to the rest of the panel as well, if you're interested, on has zero rating across different markets shown clear benefit for policy purposes of growing infrastructure access or other things like that? I just want to seed this question and throw this out to you all, but that's just one thing. I know there'll be connected stuff. I think Pranesh wanted to add to that question and that discussion, and I'd also encourage people to please ask any questions either related to that or completely separate after that as well.
So actually, I would really want to just add to what you said. I'd like to I'd like us to be reminded of a famous quote that it is not through the benevolence of the butcher, the baker, and the brewer that we get our dinner, but to their own regard as to their own self-interest, right? So the motivations that are compelling Facebook, that are compelling RCOM, that are compelling all of these, do not make a difference, should not make a difference if we accept a free market premise, okay? So one point. Now, I'd specifically like to add to what Raman said in one regard, that is to say, one thing that this can be compared to the situation right now would be, say, harm to the environment, okay, where with, say, genetically modified food or various kinds of things like that, where you aren't sure about the harm that is going to be caused. Okay, you can't weigh through any kind of mechanism whether harm has been caused, whether not allowing for zero rating has actually been beneficial or not been beneficial. It's not possible to test that out. Okay, so you have to arrive at a kind of principle that says, how do we move forward when we aren't sure about the harm, where we perceive there might be harm but we aren't sure? What kind of a principle do we adopt then? Okay, that essentially to me seems to be the question. Chile has taken one approach which is diametrically opposed, okay, to the kind of approach that the United States has taken. Okay, and the kind of approach that that Vidushi seemed to suggest with regard to network management, not to zero rating, but to network management, seemed to suggest a third kind of approach that is possible, laying out principles, but then going on a case-by-case basis within that. So laying out standards and principles rather than strict rules. So how do we think about a principle of harm, okay, of risk, when risk taking is okay from a policy perspective and when it isn't? And secondly, how do you, which essentially goes to explain why these two very divergent positions have been taken by different countries, and is a middle way possible?
Would anyone else like to add to that? And while you're thinking of questions, I love it when people make environmental law illustrations, especially in the current climate with the National Green Tribunal, because it's provocative. But it's also a thing to think about. So, and why I remember is to add with Chaitanya, I'm also an alma mater. This is also my alma mater. And my alma mater is to make environmental law very difficult. And one thing, therefore, I had to read often, time and time again, was the precautionary principle and how you can use it to justify any regulation and prevention of things. Precautionary principle meaning that if there's a possibility of harm or possible damage, it's better to prevent something than to let it take place, or to do that, especially when it comes to something that might have consequences which cannot be easily fixed. And in environmental law, that being Earth's biosphere. You also have the polluter pays principle, which says you do something but you pay for it, which is interesting how it's been extended to in India. I won't comment on the NGT. I have to go back to Delhi at the end of this. I don't want to comment about the NGT. But these are interesting ideas. I'm just going to throw to add to what the panel might talk about that. But again, stress, would anyone else like to add to that? Do you have questions, for example, on the issue of zero rating, but even larger questions about alternate comparative approaches to network management towards the underlying principles of regulation itself?
Hi, this is Pulkit. I'm first year law student from IIT Kharagpur. A few days back, there was a news article regarding MDIF, Media Development Investment Fund. They gave an idea of outernet to provide a global Wi-Fi of free of cost to all the users on Earth. So how do you think the international legislative frameworks will react to that? I mean, if they choose to go with certain zero rating websites that they're providing free of cost to the global, in global scenario, how do you think, what will be the reaction of different countries, including India, to that?
So one more question I saw specifically. And okay, so sorry, I'm just going to pause. Actually, why don't you ask the questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Vidushi, but if anyone else is willing to, chime in, please go ahead. It's basically about application agnostic network management. And I think it's very interesting because sometimes what seems to be application agnostic network management is actually application dependent. And I think an easy example is if you look at, like in the US, there are some prime time hours where Netflix is by far the most dominant service that people are using. And if the network management practice of an ISP would be to throttle traffic during those precise hours, then even though it is facially application agnostic, its effect disproportionately is on one application or one class of applications. So do you think that's it's a difficult case, so is it an acceptable loss, or do you think that that's something that we can further fine-tune the rules to prevent?
Just complete that.
My question is in relation to regulation. We've seen two different ways in which regulation is happening across the world. The Chile model, which seems to have both the competition aspects as well as the telecom regulation aspects combined into one. TRAI, on the other hand, in India does not have control over the competition aspects. It's the Competition Commission, which is already taking an independent inquiry into the idea of network neutrality being anti-competitive. In an instance such as this, how do you see regulation happening in terms of net neutrality in India in particular? Do you think that there is a likelihood that TRAI will be able to regulate ex ante, or do you think that it will have to be a post-fact regulation by the Competition Commission? That's a question that I have.
So perhaps we could in fact start backwards. So with the basic question about what's the best regulatory framework, and if all three of you have thoughts on that, please let me know. Then go to the specific question that has come up on zero rating. What sort of approach should broadly be taken there? Pranesh's questions about comparisons, for example, to environmental law and other areas like that, and what can be done there. And then perhaps the specific two other specific questions we have, which is one is on the issues about network management, as well as on questions about how to deal with issues like global Wi-Fi projects, which perhaps we need more information there, and I can chip in a bit, but about how do you deal with such partnerships, how do you deal with global zero rating partnerships, etc., etc. So maybe we start with the basic foundation of regulation.
No, so that's really what we're really in the middle of this morass at the moment, and it's just not clear what's going to happen, right? So if you look at Section 11 of the TRAI Act, TRAI has the direct regulatory powers where it can make regulations and implement them itself, but those are limited to issues like interconnection, QoS, tariffs. Then TRAI under Section 11 has recommendatory powers, right? And the other interesting thing is that it doesn't. I don't think the TRAI powers mention the internet specifically, but in any case, any internet related issues will probably be dealt with under one of the subclauses of Section 11, which deals with, it's a residuary type of language, it's any other issue relating to affecting telecommunications or something like that. So TRAI's powers in this case are recommendatory, with the exception of the interconnection issue where it does have the power to make regulations directly, right? So if the site of regulation, like for example, if a rule of no paid prioritization is enforced against the ISP as an interconnection issue, then TRAI could theoretically regulate directly, right? But with respect to all the other stuff, it is recommendatory. Now, recommendations mean TRAI make the recommendations to the central government, and then the DOT, and I guess ultimately the Telecom Commission is the body that decides upon policy and makes it, right? So ordinarily a clean process would be TRAI does a consultation, makes its recommendations. Those are then considered by the DOT and the Telecom Commission, which then makes a policy, and then either secondary legislation is made or they recommend amendments to a parliamentary act. What is happening now is TRAI has this process going on, DOT has this bizarre alternative process going on at the same time as the TRAI process, and so DOT is effectively saying, TRAI, your opinion isn't worth the paper it's written on, because we're going to do whatever we want to do.
Can I just provide a little clarification on this? First of all, I think the TRA has made very clear two things. One is that it has regulatory powers, it does not have policy powers, and that's why Honorable Minister of IT said, listen, since we don't have a policy, the DOT committee is worried about policy. TRAI said, listen, we're not worried about policy, that's your Nikhil. We'll worry about regulation. How one has regulation outside of policy is the real conundrum right now, right? So I think if you look at the hierarchy, right, innovation, right, to policy is usually about 2 years. Policy to regulation is another 2 years, right? Policy to implementation is another 2 years. So we're usually 4 to 6 years behind the whole curve here.
Right.
So I think we have to be careful. So even in terms of the Telecom Commission, right, it does not, it really is a clearinghouse. It cannot set policy. It can only, again, accept a recommendation that comes from the DOT in terms of saying, look, we want to do something. So we have to be very careful in terms of the policy formulation and the mechanics around that, how that's done.
No, and I think that's a very well, I wish the DOT had articulated it as precisely as you have. I think I'm making a limited point about whether it's appropriate for the DOT to be doing this while the TRAI consultation is ongoing, just because it sends a strange message. That's my limited.
And sorry, 1 second. We'll take your question later, just because I want the other panelists to weigh in on the point about the regulatory framework, the foundations. Any of you have anything more to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to Sharda when you asked, do you think we can have an ex-post regulation? During my presentation, I touched upon 3 approaches, right? So I think if we could perhaps take what we think would be the best practices or the best suggestions from those three, it would actually be a very meaningful framework in the sense that we will incorporate all the concerns that we have. Meaning that A, if we have standards in place against which we test our practices, B, if we are application agnostic, coupled with user control prioritization. So this ties to your question as well, that for network management to be application agnostic is of course very desirable, but according to Van Scherwick, if you couple it with user control prioritization, what happens is you introduce transparency into the equation as well as a reasonable test as to what constitutes desirable network management or not. And the third, and probably the third thing is to have a case-by-case analysis ex post, because none of us are really sure of what outcome we are trying to avoid, as I had said. So I think if we take those 3 points and we try to incorporate them into our framework, then it would be possible, but I don't see it otherwise.
And I think just because you're also here, I think I'd be curious to hear about your response to Chaitanya's specific question, Robon. If you try to make something app agnostic, with the practice how it's applied actually will make it app specific. So for example, in peak time, if you say we're going to throttle video and the entities who do video happen to be 1 or 2 video apps, how does that matter? So I'm just saying in terms of like broad framing, whether it's post facto or before it, ex ante, how do you deal with this sort of question? Is that something there, or do you think that this is something that only in implementation gets fixed?
Well, again, I think it by virtue of the nature of the question itself, I think it has to be case by case in the sense that it may not be a video provider, it may be a content provider. So I think definitely it has to be a case by case basis, and I think could you repeat the last part of your question? Sorry.
So I think Chaitanya's question on this one was that how do you consider app agnostic regulation when the practice of app agnostic regulation can mean that you can't do something? And I'll give you examples, an interesting civil rights perspective, right? Saying that we are not going to say that African Americans can't vote, but you need to have certain forms of income, you need to be able to own land, etc., which in practice would mean that, for example, African Americans can't vote. The reason I put out this provocative example is that this is the sort of thing that judges have to deal with when it comes to these issues, Article 14 jurisprudence, etc. In these sorts of situations, how does one in practice do it? So, for example, if people say, we're not going to block Netflix, but we're going to block video during peak hours, and in practice, for example, in the US, the majority of video during the peak prime time, 8 o'clock to 10 p.m. thing is Netflix. How does one deal with that? Is that perhaps fixable, or is it something where you say, it's not something we need to bother about, we'll figure it out, it's not an issue itself, it's not even harm? That could be one answer. I've heard people say this and I don't necessarily think that's incorrect. So I'm just curious, like, how would you factor that in terms of comparative practices on this?
Okay, to be honest, I haven't actually thought about what you just asked me long and hard, but I think what I just said about user control prioritization, I think that is that would be very effective if we could, sort of bring that into our framework. I'm not sure if we can, and I think that's a separate question altogether, but in terms of just how do we deal with it, I think if there's transparency with respect to what the user wants, and I think this is also in Chile, if the user asks for certain prioritization, then that is allowed and that is a reasonable network management practice. But if the user is not aware of your practices, then I think, of course, that would be unjustified in that.
Could I take a slightly...
Yeah, so there was an interesting perspective. The BitTorrent founder wrote about this, where he said that currently we have bandwidth caps. And that's an inefficient system because it's not about when it's happening, it's more about how many people are on the highway at that time. So as you said, it's about peak hours from 7 to 10 p.m. And he proposed a system wherein you kind of tax Netflix for operating within that period, or you kind of tax particular users during that period for using Netflix beyond a certain limit or certain thing like that. And he also placed an obligation on content providers, people like Netflix and uTorrent, to use the tools that they have to manage their data in such a way that does not create those blocks, that they can move around their data. I don't understand the technicalities of it, obviously, but from what I understood, move around the data and can you just make sure that that traffic jam doesn't happen?
Pranesh had a comment, and there's one question there. So Pranesh, can you make a comment brief, and then I'd like to go to people who are not asked.
So I have an answer to Chaitanya and your question and a disagreement with Janardhan. I'm not sure who you were quoting as having proposed that. What you said he proposes that. Who's that person?
Report, I don't remember the name. I'll just draw the name.
Okay, whatever report that was, it allows for a charge to be made on the content side, which is a really, really bad idea.
No, it's
okay,
founder of BitTorrent.
Bram Cohen might be, maybe. Okay, so that's a really bad idea. If you want to tax someone for usage at a specific time, the tax should not be on the content provider. The tax should be the limitation, any kind of harm that you're doing should be, any kind of limitation you're placing should be on the customers. Okay, it can't be on the content provider. Okay, now BitTorrent, etc., are a separate kind of thing. What the example that Chaitanya brings about allows itself to a mix of either being application agnostic or being application specific. Now the test that we at CIS have developed, okay, actually covers both. Now Van Shevik, she's clear that you shouldn't be covering both. She's clear that anything that is application specific should not be allowed. Okay, that only what is application agnostic should be allowed. Now I disagree with her there. Okay, the reason she says that is she says the costs involved of allowing for application specific rules is too high. The uncertainty costs are too high essentially. Okay, and hence the regulatory costs are too high. And I'm saying they needn't be. You can propose a test that covers both application specific and application agnostic, leaving out the stuff that is content specific and source destination specific out of it, because that's a competition issue that you don't bring into these kinds of rules which are about managing your own little within your network. But it can be, her definition of application is rather wide. Okay, it includes use, and she essentially says differentiating between classes of uses is a bad idea.
Sorry, there are questions.
So in short, the answer to Chaitanya's question is the rules that were proposed right at the end could directly be applied, and they would apply to this kind of a situation. And my guess is in this kind of a situation, it would come out saying, yes, it may be allowed, even if it is, because there's a legitimate reason for doing it. And if Netflix, or if it could be Netflix, it could be anyone else. It's not Netflix specific. It could be any large provider of data that's causing this. Okay, so that would be legitimate.
Just small thing. Yeah, it's Eric Klinker, CEO of BitTorrent. That's an unfortunate last name. Eric Klinker.
So I think since we're running short of time, I'd like to go to the other two questions that are there. And
can I just take pictures to address? I'm mindful that question.
Yes, that question. Please go.
So sorry, I'm mindful that there was a good question on Outernet that wasn't addressed, and I'll answer it very quickly because I think there's a lot of there are both sides to it. So I think the issue basically is that this is ostensibly a free provider of last mile connectivity, and so to what extent can it discriminate? And I'll just give you a limited answer based on the two frameworks that I looked at. So I think the Brazilian framework is the more interesting because it explicitly imposes on providers of free last mile access the same obligations as on paid providers, right? So, if it were to engage in any type of, under Brazilian law, if it were to engage in the type of discrimination that's prohibited by the Marco Civil, then the fact that it's available for free wouldn't make a difference and it would still be guilty. Under the US, I don't think it would come under any of the bright line standards. I don't think there's blocking, throttling or paid prioritization. So it's a clear case for the future conduct standard, which just to remind everyone quickly, it's ISPs can't unreasonably interfere with or unreasonably disadvantage either consumer choice in accessing content or edge providers' ability to make that content available. So it would be a case by case determination. And the fact that it's, the fact that it's free may be relevant because you'd start with the fundamental question of is there a consumer-provider relationship and so on. But it would be it's close to call.
Okay. So there's one question here, one question I believe here, one question there, three questions. Just a reminder, if it's on comparative perspectives, we love it, and that's something the panel prefer. Why I also do that is I encourage you, and I'm advertising, the panel after lunch is also going to talk about legal and policy frameworks in India. I'm not saying this not just because I'm on that panel, Rajan's also on that panel, and we'd love to take more comments there. So the questions about comparative practices especially, that would be great. So just keep that in mind when you frame your question. Go ahead.
Okay, no, mine was not less of a question, more of a comment or an observation, piggybacking on the discussion that was taking place with regards to application being application agnostic. And a lot of the, and I think Chaitanya pointed out that on the grounds of prime time, sometimes throttling takes place, and that might affect a specific application more than other applications. And I was thinking something else that happens also, commonly cited excuse is usually network management, which is coupled with, which goes very closely with prime time, where they say due to network management, I think the Facebook panelist yesterday herself, I've forgotten her name, I'm sorry, spoke about
Deepali Libahan.
Dipali. Yeah, she spoke about how when we were talking about Facebook making value judgments for the consumers, she spoke about how Facebook has to do that, and therefore they have some limitations in place by which every application who wants to get into the zero rating platform, which is now opened up, has to abide in order to be part of the zero rating platform, the Facebook zero platform, and internet.org, that is. And so that is also commonly cited excuse, which may not also couple with this consumer and control aspect, because which may not align with that, because most, I think even in the case of internet.org, it is not clear who has made the value judgments in order to say that so and so XYZ social utility services are the most relevant for the future internet users, the have-nots. So I was just, yeah, there's a common observation there.
So one question here.
I just want to hear more about this nuance that I think Vidushi pointed out with respect to the standards that some regimes have adopted. This idea that similar data should be treated similarly. So I feel like I'd like to know more about the implications of the same with regard to, let's say, the principle of being application agnostic. Is that in consonance with it, or could that possibly be in conflict? And what that means for the generally understood conception of net neutrality, because even if we're treating similar data similarly, we're not treating all data the same, which is, I think, a standard that a lot of people who subscribe by the idea of net neutrality would like to go by.
I think that's a useful and important question which we're going to answer. There's one more question there.
Hi, my name is Karthik. I work at Pratham Books, which is a children's story publishing house based out of Bangalore. And perhaps I might position myself as someone who's associated with a content provider, because we do put openly licensed stories for children out on the internet. So I think the point of view I'm interested in hearing about is, say, openly licensed content such as, say, Wikipedia or what we are doing. Could that in some way, could there be a test developed around that for content providers, depending on the licensing that they provide their content under?
I think that you're saying the test for zero rating?
Yes, that's right.
I think that's excellent. So I think we've had comments on network management and app-specific agnosticism. We have an important question on treating same data according to equal rules, and people have concerns how it applies to net neutrality at a broader level. And your question in regards to zero rating and could tests about free content, licensing, Creative Commons or other things like that be a factor to consider. I asked the panel, maybe starting with Chaitanya, to address these 3 points. Anything else that you want to believe is important to flag in closing, because this will be the last remarks from the panel. We close right now. Sorry, Pranish, this. Which one? The comment about the.
What kind of standard do we have when there's a risk involved?
So perhaps you could address that as well.
Okay, that's some very good questions, and I admit that I am competent to answer your question best. So I'll stick to that, and I'll leave the other questions open to you. So I think the thing is that what you're saying is you're not. There might be an issue if you say that you can't discriminate between different content from different sources, but you can discriminate between different classes of content, right? And I mean, there's no clear answer, but I think what I would want to say is that to some extent it happens already, and so it's not necessarily a future harm that we are not experiencing already. So for example, certain types of content, just because they are real time in nature, will need to be served in a different way than content, the communication, for example, that is asynchronous, right? So I think a ham-fisted example would be Skype versus email. The network provider would, so that is a clear case already of a network provider treating different classes of content differently. I think the question the question of net neutrality violation will arise if the privileged treatment of one class of content significantly disadvantages another class of content. So for example, if everyone's making a Skype video call and so I can't get my Gmail out on time, right? So if that were to happen, then that might definitely be a network neutrality violation based on a demonstrable harm. But I'm not inclined to say that just inherently the fact that you're treating different classes of content differently is inherently wrong.
If I'm
Yeah, thanks. So I'd just like to draw your attention back to the test that CIS had proposed. So this test said that discrimination for the sake of network management is only permissible if there's an intelligible differential between classes which are to be treated differently, that there's a rational nexus for such differential treatment, and the aim that is sought to be furthered is legitimate. So if you really look at it, this test is about classes of applications. So if you take your question and apply it directly to the test, you'll see that there is really no conflict between the two. Because if you're going to have tests on every level of discrimination when it is needed, then I don't think the conflict that you spoke about arises at all. So, yeah.
So in fact, I was going to suggest one suggestion, because Pranesh's question about the larger regulatory basis is something that will also come up in the next panel, and we can take it up in Q&A, and I'm happy to be the bait there. I will throw that out and let people ask and delegate that in Q&A. We will take advantage of the fact that, of course, Chaitanya and Vidushi are going to be here for the second panel. I volunteered on their behalf of now, and they're going to be paying attention, and we will take that issue up. With that, I'd like to thank the panelists, because they've addressed lots of different questions, which are tough ones. And I'd like to thank LTech for giving us more time. We've now, I think, 10 minutes over time or more, but you guys can now announce the next session, and I'd like to thank everyone for being here, and more importantly, I'd like to... Yes, I have to announce the next session starts at 1:45, so you'll be breaking for lunch right now. And more importantly, thank you all for your questions. It's been really, really fantastic. And all of us are going to be here, so please ask your questions over lunch. And some of these questions on specific India things will come up in the next panel as well, so definitely ask them there. But thank you all so much.
Thanks.
I invite the panelists of the first session to please take the seats. We have Mr. Amlan Mohanty as the moderator.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be a part of Consilience 2015. Can you hear me? Oh. Is it better now? Yeah. We've come to session 4 of Consilience, and the theme of this session is regulatory framework in India and the way forward. I'll begin introducing each of the panelists, following which they will each provide a quick summary of their stand. They'll then make their presentation for 20 minutes, after which we'll open the floor for questions. So to begin with, let me start. by introducing Mr. Rajan Matthews. He's the Director General of Cellular Operators Association of India. He's worked with multiple telecommunications companies around the world, including Telagro, Afghan Wireless Communications Company, and AT&T. He's also served on the board of various for-profits and non-profit organizations. So could we have your stand, sir?
Okay, first of all, as I said, I represent the Mobile Operators Association of India, which represents 7 of the largest operators. So other than Tata and Arcom, and MTS for that matter, we represent everybody else. And just 2 weeks ago, the CEOs of our association categorically made the statement that we support net neutrality. And so I just want to make some opening comments and then go on into the presentation to go through the details. First of all, when we talk about net neutrality, we have a very simple definition which I'll go over. Secondly, we basically have indicated that the whole matter of zero rating, which seems to have been the controversy du jour, is really something that ought to be looked at separately, distinctly. It's a commercial issue and ought to be looked at within a commercial context, much as has been the case in the US. So that's kind of our principal proposition, that there are benefits to be had, and there's significant economic literature which supports that particular position, but that's the headline. The particular emphasis that we make is that any definition of net neutrality must be country specific, and that's invariably the case in all countries, because it must be subject to the rules, the regulations, the constructs, the laws in the country, and so on and so forth. So we need to be able to debate this and go forward. So that's the first point, country specific. Secondly, that it must be conducted within the context of public policy, that without a framework of a public policy, it would be very difficult to start enunciating country-specific net neutrality rules and regulations in its completeness. Third point that we want to make is that in addition to public policy, we must also begin to start having a point of view on internet governance. It's really interesting that about a year and a half ago, the real controversy was internet governance. And not net neutrality, and here we were in IGF and all of these other areas trying to look at how we should define internet governance. Again, the position that a country takes with regard to internet governance, whether it's multilateral or multi-stakeholder, will have significant impact in terms of ultimately what comes through in terms of the definition of net neutrality. And the fourth point we make is that increasingly as we look forward, we need to look at keeping the net neutrality definition rather simple, because the internet by definition is growing very rapidly, very fast. It's extremely development oriented in terms of innovation, and so the types of rules and regulations that we put in place must take into consideration what lies ahead in terms of the future innovation. And so one of the things that we have to look at very closely in terms of the India context is the whole convergence bill that is supposedly being debated by Parliament and hopefully will be brought to the floor at some point. So that's principally one of the sort of the general framework. The other point of view that is very, very country specific is the fact that we have 1 billion folks who are unconnected, and so therefore how we connect that, and that comes into the public policy arena. How do we make sure that net neutrality does not preclude and in some way disenfranchise the 1 billion people that need to be brought onto the internet? And the whole controversy, if you will, that started up most recently really started up with a TRAI discussion paper on OTT. And obviously OTT can't be discussed in blank form. It obviously has to draw in issues of net neutrality, but unfortunately what has happened is that the tail has started wagging the dog. And so a lot of what I'm saying is principally in the context of addressing the issue of the specific issue. Now, net neutrality is a little longer term, but there's a specific short-term issue of what happens with regard to OTT players, and is there a necessity for some type of regulatory intervention? And that's really the point that the TRA was trying to address within the larger framework. So within that context, the principle that we've enunciated is same service, same rules, that those who provide these sort of services must be subject to the same rules. Now please understand that the network operator's position is only with regard to communication services. We are not overly concerned whether Facebook, provides Facebook services or, YouTube provides downloads and all of this. And of course, those are issues that will obviously need to be looked at. But our principal concern is about communication services, which again in the Indian context are the subject of licensing. And so therefore there's already a defined context and a defined regulatory environment that exists, and that you can't ignore this. And so that's the point. So the three particular issues, whether it's a application embedded communication service, a network driven communication service, or anything else, same service, same rules is the principle that we want applied in terms of this whole OTT perspective.
I'll introduce him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were going through.
I'm not sure. So what we'll be doing is we'll introduce each of the panelists and allow them to summarize their stand, and then we'll go into the presentation. So if that's okay, yeah. Ramanjit Singh, he's currently working with he's currently the Asia consultant for Access Now. He was previously a policy counsel at Google India. He studied internet regulation as an independent research fellow with Sarai program of the Center for the Study of Developing Societies. Do you want to?
And also graduated from NLS, which I'm very happy to agree with Chaitanya. It shapes our understanding of this. And that's where I'm going to be coming from in my brief remarks. And just to summarize what I hope to do later in the discussion, after Rajan's had a chance to go through this in further detail, and in a bit expanding upon and responding to some of the points also made in the last panel, but essentially walk you through a bit in terms of firstly on network neutrality, what is the regulatory foundation for approaching network neutrality, in particular ideas such as common carrier, utility regulation, and where we're coming from, because admittedly I have a bias as a lawyer. I like to know where we're coming from and then build a regulatory system that is on top of that. And I completely agree with Rajan, everything is unique to where you're coming from. You might have particular standards that may apply globally, and for example, there are global definitions on network neutrality, but its application in India must come from our regulatory regime, and there's a particular history and practice there. I will walk you through that a bit, some remarks in fact which Chaitanya has already helpfully gone through in the previous panel, but then also talk a bit about specific issues with regards to what the approach immediately could be in terms of what we could look at here, and what you should keep in mind, for example, if the DOT, TRI or others are going to protect net neutrality. And just as I mentioned, I'll just flag and highlight my position is that network neutrality should be protected not just in theory but in practice, and that's something that, for example, was discussed even in the Rajya Sabha last week amongst members of Parliament and the Minister, and that's something that I'm interested in. And I also hope to be able to run you briefly through the question around over-the-top services as it's been regarded, which I would flag to people as being essentially web services and the internet, how you should approach regulation for that, and the question about licensing and where you're coming from. Just by way of other quick brief background, I'm a SaveTheInternet.in volunteer, and I also was amongst many lawyers who also took part in the Shreya Singhal case, at least tracking it, which is where I believe, for example, our regulatory approach should come from. We should support free speech expression and a regulatory framework that builds upon India's constitutional tradition, which is always challenging, but it's an interesting thing that we must seek to do.
Thanks, Aman. Our next speaker will be Pushkal Dubey. Most of you would know him if you're from law school. He's a third-year student at NLSIU. His Twitter handle describes him as a semi-civilized law school student, a semi-professional writer, and a semi-aware Indian. But he hasn't updated it for a while, so I'm guessing things might have changed.
Thank you for that introduction. I personally don't think that there can be any extreme stance taken with regards to the network neutrality debates, and that's because data discrimination is done by adopting different methods in different facets of this debate, and therefore each of that method must be evaluated on the basis of the conscionability of that method and the consequences that it has within the Indian context. And I will try and do that through the course of my speech. I will deal with issues like paid prioritization, which I do not think have any place in India, and therefore they must be bogged down upon by regulators. Secondly, I'll deal with zero-rated services, and I'll talk about how these services are different in terms of data discrimination, and this is a sort of data discrimination that could very much be desirable within the Indian context. I will also deal with OTT services in a similar manner, and I will suggest a regulatory framework to be able to incorporate all of these facets of data discrimination within an Indian regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thanks, Pushkar. We'll then have Mr. Pranish Prakash. He's the co-founder of Center for Internet and Society. He was an Access to Knowledge Fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School, and the US Department selected him as an Internet Freedom Fellow in 2012. He was also featured in the Forbes India 30 Under 30.
Thanks. I'm actually going to take a very different kind of tack while dealing with this issue. I'm going to be very abstract. So first I'll deal with what the purpose of ICT regulation is and the question of why we should regulate telecoms. Then looking at why specifically we should regulate ISPs and what kinds of concerns are raised if we don't regulate ISPs. And essentially, then coming to the issue of what kinds of harms are we, do we believe might occur if we don't have rules around net neutrality, and what kind of analytical frameworks we should use for net neutrality, including competition law, including consumer protection, and then an analysis, not competition law, sorry, competition analysis, consumer protection analysis, and then lastly, dealing with in what cases we need strict rules for net neutrality, and in what cases we need to provide a bit of flexibility in the system. And then I think my time will be up by the time I get to that, but if I have more time, I will then go on to explain how this structure for analysis of regulation applies to current debates that are going on, including zero rating, including network management, etc. And then if you've noted, I haven't touched upon OTT regulation at all. I might manage to get in a word about that. And lastly, I think some of the best writing on this issue is by Stanford Law School's Barbara Van Shevik, and but I think she's wrong, despite having some of the best analysis of this, and I will try and explain where I differ from her.
Thanks, Pranish. The next speaker would be Mr. Ganesh Prasad. He's a partner at Chaitanya & Co. He regularly works with clients in the technology sector, including Uber, Snapdeal. He was involved in the drafting of the Unique Identity Project Bill and appeared before the committee constituted under the Planning Commission, along with representatives from the Ministry of Law and Justice. Would you give your thoughts on this?
So let me start by saying that I am a capitalist on the panel, and I do not necessarily agree with a lot of the views here, but I have certain differing views. Socialism is a philosophy of failure, the creed of ignorance, and the gospel of envy. Its inherent virtue is the equal sharing of misery. That's not me, it's Winston Churchill. So what I would possibly look at is certain experiences which just have sort of looking at it from where I see when we advise clients, be it brick and mortar companies, be it technology companies, be it technology startups, technology majors, be it certain of the developments which have sort of taken place very recently with the Competition Commission, with what our representation with Mr. Chawla, wherein, you know, some of the technology companies were actually hauled up and there were like investigations against Flipkart, Snapdeals and the likes. What would blanket net neutrality sort of, you know, and of course, my idea here is not to say that freedom of speech and expression should be curtailed, definitely not, but I think the view is that there has to be some kind of a balance. I possibly will also touch upon what is the current infrastructure challenges which most, you know, like all your ISPs are facing today. the kind of access which people in rural Indias are actually having, because it's some of the in the percentages which we have sort of seen as a larger whole. And we have also, I possibly will wind up by saying that it's not it's not absolutism in net neutrality, which is what is required here. It's possibly some form of a balanced approach. We cannot sort of just cut and paste what was there in the West from Verizon and the FCC order, but I guess India needs its own set of regulations in this space.
Thanks. So that was an introduction to the panelists and also what they had to say in a minute. So we'll start with the presentations, and can we please have Mr. Ranjan Matthews?
Should I come there? Is there? You'll do it. Okay. All right. So why don't we start with the first one? Okay. Next, please. Next. Okay. The first slide is just to level set where we are in terms of what the operators of India had done, and this is just to show you that. Look, when we look forward to what we have to implement, that the network service operators are going to be the primary engine for going forward. Let me again contextualize this in terms of what happens with other countries and why we must take this into consideration. One, if you look at most other developed countries of the world, they have 5 major networks, right? You have a landline network, which was heavily subsidized, started as a monopoly situation, has principally fiber almost to the home, all right, and is very heavily penetrated in terms of access and almost substantial bandwidth, where in most instances bandwidth is not a significant constraint. All right, the second major network you have is obviously a mobile network, and that came into place principally between mid-1980s and now has become a rather dominant network globally because of the ease of implementing it and carrying it forward, especially in developing countries. But again, in the developing countries, please understand that the spectrum available to mobile operators is infinitely more than what we have in India. We are extremely constrained in terms of the spectrum, which has its own problems in the Indian context. By way of benchmark, you'll notice that the average operator globally has about 50 megahertz of spectrum. We in India have on average 15 megahertz of spectrum. That does considerable things in terms of managing the network, and when we come to network management issues, you'll notice that this has to play a significant role. But that's the second network that's available globally. The third network is what we call a cable network. It's a two-way network, started as one way, but now has substantial bandwidth and substantial penetration. Fourth is a satellite network, which also started as a TV-oriented network, one way, but now is two-way and also has substantial bandwidth. The fifth are what we call private networks, principally government networks, over which secure data and information, government-oriented, high encrypted information flows for security reasons. 5 networks which are usually in place. In India, we have one principal network, which is the mobile network, and that causes particular issues for us here in India. Now, please understand that the mobile networks are under license, which means that there are licensing requirements, and so therefore, because they are licensed, they have regulatory requirements, and because they have regulatory requirements, there are boundary conditions under which we play. All right, and so that is the context. And again, let me tell you that today we are at about 12% penetrated in terms of broadband connections, and the definition of broadband is a joke. All right. It's 512 kilobits per second. If you say this to the rest of the world, they laugh at you. All right. We, as per the Prime Minister's own vision going forward, have to hit 2 megabits of speed to the average person on demand. Going from 512 kilobits per second, where the actual usage is more like 256 kilobits per second, all right, getting up to 2 megabits is a phenomenal reach. Consider that this has to get to every person in gram panchayats and villages. Today, we can't provide water and electricity to the same population, and we are demanded to provide broadband on demand. What does that mean? We're looking at an implementation cost of over 750,000 crore rupees, which is why, again, the definition of net neutrality must contextualize this in terms of what we have to do as licensed operators, who are the principal means by which broadband penetration is going to take place in India. The government is already thrown in its towel. That's why they licensed us. They said, listen, we can't aggregate this type of finances, this kind of resources. You guys in the private sector have to come forward to mobilize those resources and take it forward. So that's the context. Next, please. All right, what is our commitment? Our commitment is rather straightforward, simple. We're pro-consumer, pro-choice, pro-innovation, pro-India, and equal access, right? That's clearly what all of our operators have committed to. Next, please. All right, what is net neutrality? No single or definitive view in India or in any other country. It's a complex issue, needs to be understood from multiple frameworks, right? And we need to have a balanced perspective on net neutrality. And we say, look, obviously that means no denial of access, no unreasonable discrimination on the part of network operators in transmitting internet traffic, and reasonable management of our networks is part and parcel of any definition of what we believe to be network neutrality. Next, please. What is the OTT, right? The OTT refers to what we call over-the-top players, all right? Can be accessed over the internet, use data access channel of the TSPs to offer internet access and surface. Here are some examples. And TSPs and OTT players have a symbiotic relationship. Please understand this, right? We are not against OTT players. We are one of the largest promoters of OTT players on our networks. OTT players and us need to be able to play together to be able to ensure broadband has access. Now, the only point that we make is that, listen, there are obviously symmetrical and asymmetrical relationships in these matters, and so we need to be careful as to how we play together as we go forward. All right, next, please. Understanding the debate in the Indian context, there's the need for rolling out broadband networks is envisaged, right? We talked about that. Adoption of a balanced approach, which encourages collaboration among OTT players and TSPs, provides a boost to new technologies and services, and the debate therefore should shift from net neutrality to net equality. All right, how do we make sure that net equality to the 1 billion plus consumers of this country is enhanced through net neutrality? Next, please. I'm sorry. Okay, the TSP definition we talked about, net equality in our definition means this: access to all content and applications without discrimination, everyone into the internet, not just the privileged few, same service, same rules. Next, please. Present legal framework in India, all internet transactions, including OTT services, are governed by the same laws that govern other commercial transactions. And this is one of the critical points that we want to make. Listen, you know, the internet became a sort of field for this whole concept of net neutrality because of commercial interest. Guys, get this straight, all right? It's not, if there was no commercial interest in play, we would not be having this frenzied debate about net neutrality. So it's about commercial interest, and so let's not get carried away by altruistic, moralistic. They're important in the debate, but let's understand the basic issues that are in play. Look, here, just go back, please. Please understand that there are already existing laws. And this is the point we say. In India, it's not the lack of laws, it's the enforcement of the laws that's a particular problem. And this is one of the issues that we will come to or hopefully address when we come to issues like monitoring the network and network management issues. You know, it's easy to make all the rules and regulations and you'll reams and reams of laws. And it'll make all of you lawyers very rich. But at the end of the day, it will have very little impact in terms of what actually happens at street level. We see this day to day, right? Plenty of laws, but enforcement is a problem. Already you'll notice that those are all the laws that particularly impact both the OTT players, those who play on the internet, plus network and ISP providers. Next, please. All right, here's all the various sections. This paper is available to you. You can look it up. You're all law students. I won't go into it. Here's all of the sections that talk about how OTT players and TSPs. So it's not as if OTT players don't have an obligation, all right? They are governed by these. So therefore, the question again comes to how will we make sure that both sides of the equation play by the same rules? Let me just give you a simple example, all right? Please understand that the companies that play on the OTT front on the internet have more dominant market share. Please take any one of them. Google, Facebook, Yahoo, more concentrated in terms of economic power than any service operator today. All right, so we have to begin to start looking, how do these rules apply also to players on the internet? Please let me ask you, how many of you can go to an alternative search engine of any meaning without you ticking the box that I agree to every term and condition that is presented by that application provider? You simply don't have that choice. All right, so when we talk about choice and we talk about competition, when we talk about equal access, do we talk about search neutrality? Hardly. All right, please ask Google if they, without payment, put you on #1 in the search. All right. So I think there are things that we begin to start addressing in terms of the application of the law on both sides of the equation, both on the access part, which is the network side, but also on the application side, because application providers must also start taking responsibility of the externalities. I think Pranesh talked about this externality, saying that, listen, if you do harm, you must bear the cost. If you pump a lot of data, which begins to deteriorate service for some other person who's also paid to access it, hey, we must do something about it. And in a free market environment, unfortunately, all right, pricing is one of the dominant measures by which you vote with your dollars or with your rupees, right? Whether it's completely the best way to go forward, I don't know, but that seems to be the way. So we have to look at ways how we go forward. Next, please. All right, the Competition Act, all right, it's there, please. I won't go to it. Next one. All right, the Copyright Act, all right, that implies Consumer Protection Act. Next, please. All right, and here's all the differences between the OTT players and the TSPs, all right, by license, all right? And you please tell me whether you think that there's a level playing field, or same rules, apply. Spectrum allotment and use, OTTs don't have to worry about it. Licensing, they don't have to worry. Spectrum-related charges and licensing fee, they don't have to worry. Quick example, right? People have asked, why don't we provide voice service on our network? We can. The reason we don't is because by the time we finish paying to the government, the price differential skews in favor of the OTT players. What do I mean? For every rupee that I earn, right, on the OTT side or on the VoIP side, I have to pay 15%, somewhere between 11 and 15 to the government, and I have to pay or collect 13.5% by way of service tax to the government. OTT players, squat. All right? So I'm sorry, go back. So you can go down the route, right? Internet connections, quality of service parameters. If Facebook goes down, where is there a standard which says they ought to come back in less than 2 hours? All right, we have to provide 99.9999% uptime for our networks and services, and when we don't, there's penalties. None of that. All right. Okay, so you go all the way down. The other thing is emergency services, and we have to start thinking about the network, the security aspects of what it means to have OTT players. We saw in the Bombay blast situation what happened when the legal enforcement agencies tried to intercept messages, could not because of problems BlackBerry that was then in use, and could not be de-encrypted because we didn't have the key. We've got to start looking at what the implications of national security are, which enforces us to bear certain costs and interconnects and network issues, right? And so there we are on the down. Next, please. All right, way forward. All right, we need a modern legal regulatory framework. We need a single consistently applied framework. All operators to have the same regulatory flexibility. We are not arguing, by the way, for licensing and regulatory control of the OT. We are saying is that please reduce everything. For too long, we played in a license raj, in an over-regulated industry. We need to begin to start saying, listen, how do we reduce the regulatory burdens and start playing so that the consumer gets the benefit of the resources that are committed. Next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll have Ramanjit Chima speak next.
Fantastic. No, in fact, many of the points I'm going to be talking about expand a bit upon points that Rajana mentioned. And in fact, I was just struck. I always used to find it interesting when people make Churchill quotes because they're nice, provocative, and strong. The funny thing I always used to find was the most influential person for India, in a sense, was the boring man who replaced Churchill when he lost to the elections, Clement Attlee. And what was left forward was the boring thing of creating a regime that works and works for the benefit of all. So that's, I think, the tricky thing here. And I think as lawyers, very often, and I fully admit, my bias is I'm a lawyer. I come from that. Policy work for 5 years, yes, for a tech company, but ultimately a lawyer. And my bias tends to be towards the idea that you always have rules. There are always going to be rules. The problem isn't the abundance of tons of rules or fewer rules. It's about the right rules, right? It's about making that work. For example, the funny thing, the origin of antitrust law, which people came up with, is actually it came up to help bust trusts and to help make the market function better. The origin of antitrust law, for example, in the United States, at least in the conception there, besides what the Europeans have done with it now, but at least the origins of antitrust law from the US was, they want to make the free market function better. We want to be able to make that work. And that's the best thing. The funny thing is, as a lawyer, is if you operate in this space, you will be attacked by the left, you'll be attacked by the right, you'll be attacked by everyone. But the ultimate objective of everyone here is as a lawyer is twofold in this space. One is fidelity to law. You want a process of rules that work well and that work on the basis of existing law right now. Because that's always an interesting challenge in technology, and I think that's something that, for example, the National Law School is often engaged with and people working in the space have talked about. Technology is always there. There are already laws that apply to technology. You don't have completely new systems come up for it. And I'll give you an example, an anecdote. People often say there's something called cyber law. And people, I remember once arguing, and Pranesh and I once were involved in the formation of a journal here in NLS. And the argument about why it shouldn't be called cyber law is once someone wrote a very influential essay saying there is cyber law is like saying there is law of the horse. This is a famous thing that Lawrence Lessig wrote, and he basically argued that the point is the regulation technology comes from existing law. You adapt it and you sometimes create specific elements to take into account issues which have not been factored into in current law. But just because you have a new issue come up doesn't mean an entirely new separate space of law comes up. Admittedly, lawyers are the worst offenders in this because we like to mention we have different practice areas, right? Just saying that I am a lawyer who also looks at technology is not as cool as saying that you're a cyber lawyer in addition to being a commercial lawyer. But the reality on this one is that we come from that background. And that's the same thing of network neutrality in a sense, as well as the issue about regulating online services. Note, and I will throughout my presentation by and large talk about online services and web applications because I think that's an important perspective that's there, that it's about fundamentally regulating the web. And we may differ. I don't, for example, subscribe to people who say we shouldn't use the word OTT at all. But I do think we should keep in mind what we're thinking of there, because there is a particular mindset that differs in a sense the traditional telecommunication space from our modern network management space, which makes things more difficult. I admit we should move towards converged communications as a mindset, as Rajan has mentioned. But in between, while we're in this transition period, we need to be careful about the parlance we use. Now, as I mentioned, I wanted to talk about a couple of things specifically. And one thing I wanted to, of course, flag is that there are global definitions of network neutrality, but we need to factor in what's happening in India. The global definition of network neutrality, I just like to throw out as an idea, is that there is a basic common understanding of it. And I'll read out one. This is a thing used by, you can visit it on thisisnetneutrality.org. It's a website for the Global Network Neutrality Coalition. There's around 80 groups across the world who worked on these issues, some of them in developed Western markets, some of them in southern markets, in Latin America, elsewhere. So it's interesting how they managed to coalesce around these viewpoints. For the more lawyer policy.
Thank you to the Law and Technology Society for inviting us all here. This is obviously an issue of topical interest, and I'm not surprised that this entire audience, this entire room is packed. I hope we can have a balanced and insightful debate. Before we start, I'd just like to lay out the format for this panel so you can be prepared with questions. Before that, let me start by introducing each of the panelists. At the far right, we have Dipali Libahan. Dipali is currently Manager of Public Policy at Facebook. She is one of the only speakers here who's actually trained in the law, and I thought that's important to mention at the law school. So if there are any questions related to law, I'm sure she's the best person to answer them. To her left, we have Nikhil Pahwa. Nikhil is the founder and publishing editor of MediaNama. He was also front and center of the Save the Internet campaign, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Just to quote an important figure, over 1 million emails were sent to try in relation to the net neutrality issue. I don't think this has happened before, and I think a lot of credit goes to Nikhil for this. To my left, we have Mr. Amod Marda. Amod is currently the Chief Technology Officer at Flipkart. Again, I think Mr. Marda deserves a lot of credit because even before Flipkart pulled out of Airtel Zero, Amod actually made comments in support of net neutrality. And I'm not sure what the internal discussions were at Flipkart, but I think he did get a lot of attention and support from a lot of users for taking that strong position while holding that position. To his left, we have Mr. T.V. Ramachandran. Mr. Ramachandran is currently a telecom consultant and is chairman of ASSOCHAM, an industry body involved in commerce in India. Prior to that, he was Resident Director of Government Affairs at Vodafone as of December 2004 last year. So he's obviously had very rich experience with the government, and I think he can add some perspective which involving how the government might look at these issues. To his left, we have Yadav, who is a student speaker, currently in the second year, if I'm not mistaken. So that's our panel. So I'm just to introduce myself. I'm Amlan. I'm a lawyer and researcher and a graduate of this law school. So So before we start, I'd just like to lay out the session, the format for this entire panel. The panel will last for 2 hours. We will have initially uninterrupted comments of 6 minutes each for each speaker. These 6 minutes can be used by each speaker to present an argument, to clarify misunderstandings, to lay down what their principles of net neutrality are. It's completely entirely open to them. So we will conclude the initial opening remarks in 30 minutes. Following that, we will have 20 minutes for a question and answer session between the panelists. So there might be questions from the moderator, there might be questions from one panelist to another. We will complete that in the following 20 minutes. Following that, each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes of uninterrupted time to make concluding observations, rebuttals, or any other comments that they would like to make without being interrupted. Following that, we would like to have 45 minutes for audience question and answers. I think every panelist every speaker on this panel has specifically requested that we allot a lot of time for questions, because I think this is definitely an interest of topical interest to everybody here. So as we go through the panel, please make sure to note down your questions, because you will be allotted at least 45 minutes for questions right at the end. And with that, I would like to start the panel session. Before we actually start with the speakers, I'd just like to get a sense of the room in terms of the sample and also where everyone stands on this issue, right? So by show of hands, could everyone who is a student please raise their hands? Okay, that's probably 100% of this room. Are there any entrepreneurs who are working at startup? All right, so there's Kiran, there's also Nikhil. I don't think Nikhil you can't. But just to get a sense of what this sample represents, right? So I think there are lots of obviously internet users. All of you use internet services. Is there anyone who does not use an internet service? No. All right, great. So all of you, I think, can be classified as internet users. That's an important demographic in this debate. So we're curious to know what kind of questions you'll come up with. But I think another way to sort of get the temperature of this room is to figure out where you guys stand at the moment on the issue of net neutrality. So before that, let me just sort of outline what from a comparative analysis, what different jurisdictions, the frameworks that they have, what kind of principles they adopt, right? And I think there are basically 3 main principles that emerge. One is basically the issue of non-discrimination on the internet in relation to access, which is to say that no website should be blocked by a telecom service provider. Number 2 relates to price. There should be no differentiation in price. Certain users should not be able to access one website for a different price compared to another. And the third is relation to speed. Different websites should not be accessible at different speeds. So I just want to get a sense of whether this audience, what part of this audience supports all of these 3 principles in an absolute sense. So by show of hands, how many of you believe in these 3 principles in an absolute sense? Could you please raise your hands? Interesting. That's about, I'd say, 60%, very rough estimate. Thanks. So what we're going to do is at the end of this panel have a poll again, and just to figure out where we stand at the end of the session based on the arguments that come out of the panel. Alright, so I think with that we've got a sense of the audience, we've got a sense of the panel. Can I please request Dipali to start with her opening remarks?
Thanks, Amlan. First of all, it's great to be here. It's also great to see so many law students here. I was just talking about my time in law school, and I remember that we used to just not be available for anything on the weekends, so it's absolutely great that you're spending your Saturday attending this seminar and talking about this really important subject. I think that we have a diverse set of views on this table, but I think that we're all really passionately interested in this subject and in retaining and preserving the openness of the internet, and which is why all of us are here. Let me tell you about how I think of net neutrality, and I think that at the heart of net neutrality is that as a user, I should not be disadvantaged in any manner by the gatekeeper of access, and which in this case is either the internet service provider or the telco provider. What are the fundamental principles, or what is the kind of conduct that affects the openness of the internet? And that is, I think that there are 3 fundamental principles. One is, as a user, I should be able to access all lawful content. That's the no blocking principle, and Amlan talked about that. The second is that there should be no throttling, that there should be no, sorry. Oh, can you hear me now? I'm sorry. And there should be no throttling, that is, there should be no slowing down of speeds, and as a user, I should have access to the internet. And the third is there should be no fast lane. Somebody should not be able to pay to be able to give faster access to some content over the other. These are the three fundamental principles of net neutrality that can really, that if not followed, will disadvantage users of access. However, because gatekeepers have the job of making sure that there is proper management of traffic, I think that there is something known as reasonable traffic management rights that they should have to make sure that the traffic is being monitored properly.
Dipali, could I just request you to lift your mic a little closer to your mouth?
I'm sorry.
That's better.
Am I being audible? Audible now? I'm really sorry about that. And those are reasonable traffic management principles that I think that should be allowed if there is no blocking, no throttling, no fast lanes. Facebook as a company is strongly committed to these principles, and we believe that behavior which results in blocking, throttling or fast lane inhibits the openness of the internet, and therefore there should be rules which preserve the internet. That's where we stand on net neutrality. Now I want to talk about another really important aspect, and that's universal connectivity. I think we all recognize that the internet is one of the most important tools for social and economic development. In India, we have about 250 to 270 million people who are connected on the internet, depending on whose data you refer to. We have a population of 1.3 billion people, which leaves a large mass of people who are unconnected. And any policy or any regulation on net neutrality must keep in mind that the objective has to be to provide relevant and affordable internet access to people in a manner which is sustainable. And these are millions of people who, unlike you and me, have never had access to the internet. I also want to talk about net neutrality and universal connectivity together. And I'm going to talk a little bit about internet.org and why we decided to launch internet.org in India and a number of other countries. Net neutrality is not inconsistent with universal connectivity, and they should go together. Any kind of policy, it's really important that any kind of policy drive at making sure that the massive number of people who are unconnected in India and in the world have access to affordable and relevant internet content and access. I want to talk a little bit about internet.org here. I don't know how many of you know what is it that we offer on internet.org. Can I have a show of hands? Okay. So a lot of you don't know. 80% of people in the world are within a coverage area, that is, they live within an area where there is a mobile signal. Only 30% of them have internet access. Facebook's mission is to make the world more open and connected. We found that majority of the people, even though living in an area which is covered by mobile signals, do not have access because of two primary reasons. One is affordability, they're not able to afford data access. And the second is simply relevance. They don't have relevant content that they can go to get access. So internet.org is an initiative that Facebook launched with operators, where we work with operators to identify certain useful and relevant content and offer that for free to people. There's been a lot of misconception about internet.org and something that I want to clear up. Internet.org relationships with operators is non-exclusive. Any operator that wants to offer internet.org is free to do so. There's no payment involved. It's free to users. It's content providers don't have to pay to get on the internet.org platform. And we don't pay operators for the, unlike certain other programs that I'm sure we're going to talk about in this panel, we don't pay operators for the data usage, which essentially means that we have to make sure that the reason that we're doing it is it's an internet literacy program to get people on ramped on the internet so that they discover the value of the internet in a manner in which is free, so that they are able to become users of the broader internet and paid users, and this is how we make the model sustainable. We launched internet.org in July of 2014, and since then we've already had 8 million people online for the very first time. And I think that when talking about net neutrality, we must also think of universal connectivity and think of a way that net neutrality has to support universal connectivity, in which we want to make sure that there are millions of people who don't have access to the internet have a chance to discover internet access and become paid users of the internet. I think those are my preliminary remarks.
Thank you, Dipali. Nikhil? Hi. So, I'm a part of the If It Ain't Broke, Don't Fix It sort of a group, which says that there's nothing wrong with the way the internet is functioning right now. Let's not try and break it up into little pieces and wall gardens and let different entities take ownership of the internet that all of us have grown up using. So I'm an entrepreneur. I started a publication online called MediaNama about 8 years ago. Took me about $500 to buy a domain name. I paid $500 a month for hosting. And there are many of us today who built online businesses because that freedom and that ability that the internet gives you to just combine audio, video, text, chop and change, user experience, just remix everything that you have and create new products, new offerings, and give people the opportunity to choose what they want to choose and what they want to use. The entrepreneurs that have this freedom really value it because they don't have to go to anyone to get permission to do something online. They don't need to belong to a particular walled garden. They don't need to go and take permission from a telecom operator. When the TRI paper came out, one of the things that we were all worried about because of what the paper said was that two things could happen. One is that internet companies would have to buy a license from the government to operate. And I know that's going to be seen as not a net neutrality issue, but if you don't have a license, then your service is blocked. So I do see it access as a neutrality issue. And the other issue was around whether internet companies would be converted into vendors of telecom operators and have to go and do an agreement with a telecom operator in order to ensure that the site isn't slowed down or it isn't blocked, or there's a price discrimination where one site is free versus another's. Today, I'm running a publication that's able to challenge at least from largest publications in the country. And, Flipkart's a company that came out of nowhere, and there was FabMall, or in India Plaza at that time, there was Rediff, and just came and challenged the existing ecosystem. Facebook's a company that came and took over from MySpace, for example. So that freedom that we have on the internet to come and build the best products, because the only thing that the consumer is looking at after having paid for access is, what are my options? What's a better product? Where are my friends? Where can I interact with them? Right? That freedom and that choice gets distorted the moment you have some things which are either slower or faster, some things which are, expensive or cheaper, some things which are available or not available. I mean, I don't think there's anyone in this room that wants, let's say, licensing of WhatsApp or Skype, apart from TV. So we don't want that environment where our freedom to choose is restricted. And that's what essentially we're fighting for. We're fighting to maintain the status quo, for one. The other thing is that, in covering this domain over the last 8 years, I've seen an ecosystem called mobile value-added services, which was essentially, they were content providers who were treated as vendors of telecom operators, and telecom operators picked winners. It was an immensely corrupt ecosystem because someone had the power to decide who gets in and is able to reach consumers. And there were about 20-30 companies which dominated the space. There was negative billing, there was false billing, rupees were taken out of people's prepaid accounts. because it wasn't just about universal access to whatever they want, right? And I'll use the phrase universal access from a different perspective, a non-discriminatory access. And going forward, I guess what we have to discuss and decide is what sort of an internet do we want? Do we want it to be something that is essentially the mandate of, or that's handed over to the telecom operators just because they paid a lot of money for the spectrum auction? Should they be allowed to control what users access on the internet, whether messaging should be blocked or not just because someone hasn't bought a license from the government, whether, there is, the internet is divided into free versus paid, and the free services are being run on internet.org by Facebook, and someone has to build a lower bandwidth version of their site and only that is accessible, and Facebook has access to everybody's data on that, no matter which site is on it. These are all things that we have to wonder, like what is, if I'm starting up tomorrow, what do I have? What do I have? Who do I have to negotiate with? Instead of just going and buying a domain name and buying hosting and starting up. And how does that impact consumer choice? So the next 200, 300 million users from India who are going to come on board, what sort of an internet do we want them to have? Do we want them to have an internet which is what we have today? Or do we want different versions? Do we want each telecom operator to have its own zero-rated version where what the experience that the user gets on one zero-rated version is going to be different from what they get on another zero-rated version? That the internet is a stable platform in that sense that everyone can build businesses on top of it, and there's the interconnect agreements that sort of that connect one ISP to the other means that I can host a service in the US or I can host a service in Finland and I can still serve it to Indian users. Are we going to create boundaries around this availability of access? I don't know. That's not the internet that I want. I want everything to be accessible to everyone.
Thank you, Nikhil.
I completely agree with Nikhil on, don't fix something that isn't broken. So there are a few thoughts that I actually wanted to share before I talk about, what is it that I have in mind. Firstly, there's a saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So when I wanted to point this out because throughout all of the arguments around net neutrality, we'll continuously hear the benefits of doing this or the benefits of doing that. I think every single step starts out with good intentions. What's important for all of us to understand is the implications of what is it that we actually are doing. What does, if I open up zero rating, if I start permitting zero rating, no matter in what generous or socially good form, what are the implications of those? I think the implications need to be well understood. So that's point number one that I wanted to highlight. Point number two, there is too much money in the internet space. I think all of us would understand that, right? Most of the billionaires, new billionaires emerging are from the internet space. Simple reason, technology is changing everything. Almost all the businesses are moving online. So pretty much the whole economy is actually shifting onto the internet. So there's just so much money at play that I want to talk a little bit about gatekeeping. Right? This is a subject that I want all of you to bear in mind very deeply when you are posing questions to this panel. It's precisely because there's so much money at stake. Every single internet player right now, and without hesitation I can say, every single internet player wants to become the gatekeeper. Okay, so you would see companies getting into your devices. You would see companies launching free services so that you spend a lot more time on them. But of course, nothing in this world is free, and ultimately there's money to be made, and most of the internet companies tend to make money through data. data that they gather about you, about me, about everybody. All right. Now, in this sort of an internet ecosystem where there are customers, there are internet service providers, the ISPs, and there are content service providers. Right now, there is a certain structure that exists. It's a fairly neutral structure, which is the reason why Nikhil was talking about don't fix something that is not broken. So it's a very simple structure that works. Think about a scenario where somebody becomes a gatekeeper, and I'll use the example of zero rating, and I'll use the example of internet.org as an example, because there's so much social goodness associated with it that it's important to talk about the implications of such a thing as well. Say for example, there's a platform that gets created where you don't have to pay any money to the ISP to get access to a service. So there is a platform out there, okay? If I am a content developer, is there any possible way that I won't get attracted to it? Or actually let me take it step by step. As a customer, is there any possible way I will not get attracted to it? Free internet, who doesn't want it? Who doesn't want it? Is there anybody here who does not want free internet? Right? Everybody gets attracted to it. Which is precisely the reason why then is there any content developer, okay, any news site, any media site, any e-commerce site, why would you not want to be there? If the Janta is there, if the market is on that platform, why would you not be on that platform? Okay, and particularly if your competition starts going to that platform, it's almost an end game for you if you are not on that platform. Okay, so the nature of any zero rating service, or in particular zero rating platform, the nature of a zero rating platform is to create a black hole in the ecosystem of the internet. All of us are familiar with the concept of black holes, right? Too much gravity, everything gets sucked into it, right? Customers are the first ones to get sucked in because they're getting free internet, and because the customers are there, the content providers get sucked into it because they need to be able to tap into those players. And in fact, there are plenty of examples. Internet.org, a whole bunch of companies are pulling out of it, and Times of India said that we'll pull out of it from all the areas where we don't have significant competition. Where we have competition, I'm very sorry, I cannot pull out of it. And that's just the reality. No matter how good an intention a company might have, they'll be sucked into that black hole of a zero-rated platform. That's the fundamental structural change that is brought about by such platforms. And that's a piece that I want all of us to actually bear in mind. The second point is, and on a very related note, is data. In internet, data makes money, end of story. Okay, all these fancy, I'll not name players out there, but there are companies which sell handsets on almost a zero margin because they know that they'll be able to make money out of the software services that they'll sell on top of it. There's nothing wrong with that business model, by the way. Okay, but what I'm trying to highlight is that on the internet, data makes money. All right. Now imagine a platform. The guy who owns that platform has access to every single data. Do you know how most of the news sites make their money? Nikhil, how do you make money? I've heard of Ford Foundation and all of that stuff. I think Foundation funded this. That is true. Oh my God! Now I am going to become a 5-star actress too. See, I think so. Most of the media sites earn their money through advertisements. Okay. The moment everything gets sucked into a single platform out there, that's the platform that decides who is the advertiser and who's not. Hello. Okay. You lose control. All right. Somebody wants me to shut up? I was hearing some hello. All right. Cool. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to largely bring, have you guys bear in mind. One is the black holing, which is a structural change. We should not mess up with the structure of the internet. So one is the black holing of the ecosystem. Second is the fact that the data making money part gets centralized into that central place, and too much power goes into one single point. And lastly, I think they write off every company to increase its business. All right. There's nothing wrong with increasing business, and most of these zero-rated platforms, etc., are a way of increasing that business. But let's not make business while screwing up the one thing that works for us, which is the internet. So that's something that I wanted to point out as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amod. Mr. Ramachandran.
Thank you. It's great to be here with all of you today. I think when introducing, Deepali was mentioned as the only lawyer on this panel, right? It's very right. I'm probably the only other person here who aspired to become a member of National Law School nearly 20 years ago. So I'm a dropout in that sense. He's a dropout and we are illiterate. So it's great to be here. I think lovely to be sharing some thoughts with you all and with these panelists. I would first like to say that before coming on this session, Nikhil was asking me. Nikhil is a great friend. I admire him a lot. We have a lot of healthy arguments, but we curiously find we agree on most things and still disagree. So, Nikhil was asking, how long do you think this debate about net neutrality will go on in this country? When will the government or regulator decide? I said it will go on forever. I think it's not going to get decided quickly. Just because it's nearly 2 decades now that arguments about net neutrality have been going on. You all know that. You all have read about it. Net neutrality is a great word to talk about. It's politically very right to say, I want net neutrality. I also want net neutrality. Every one of us wants net neutrality. Who dares say that he's against net neutrality? You would remember Nicholas Negroponte, MIT Labs. He said,
Mr. Ramachandran, can I just request you to put your mic a little closer to me? Thank you.
Nicholas Negroponte, Media Labs, he was the one who said, oh, net neutrality is a lovely pejorative ring to it. Everybody is for it. Like, for example, would I say I'm against honesty? Am I against chastity? Anything. No, it's like that sort of lovely concept. But when you come down to it, net neutrality, it takes me to, not to Nicholas Negroponte, but to my grandma. She used to teach me many fables when I was young growing up. And one of the ones was how several blind men went about to see what an elephant is like by touch and feel, because they couldn't see. So each one felt a different part of the elephant. Said, yeah, one said it looks like a tree, one said it looks like a mountain, another person said it's flapping, it's something like a windmill. Like that, it went around. Finally, all of them were wrong. That's the case with net neutrality. Today, everybody is for it. Everybody has got his own perception or desire about it, and that's the way it's going. So it's going to lead to a lot of discussions, debate, which is healthy. I think we all need that. But I would, and every country has got its own. Like you all, please don't think US has decided on net neutrality. It has not. The FCC decision on net neutrality was taken on a 3-2 vote, as you all know. It's split, bang in the middle. So there is no unanimity there. And the day the decision came out, within a week or two, it stands challenged in the courts in US. You look at UK, Europe, there is no single view of net neutrality. Every country has got its own. But the great thing is, 2 days ago, I don't know how many of you know it, I think on the 6th, the European Commission came out with its digital single market strategy. Great paper, after much debates and discussions. And there are many things there which connected with net neutrality, which I'll have to talk about. I don't want to be too long in this initial one. So that we'll talk about a little later. You all can read it up. Because many things are around this net neutrality which are getting configured in a very unnatural way, like OTT services. People are bringing OTT services into it without realizing that OTT services itself has got 2-3 varieties. So a lot of interesting stuff is whirling around. Much discussion is to be there, and you young people have got a terrific time ahead, coming out with your own views and papers. I would like to make some 2-3 high-level points. My first point is, net neutrality was never there. The internet was never designed for neutrality. It was designed for non-neutrality. Prioritization is there, built into the design of the internet. Any technologist, any engineer worth his salt, internet engineer would agree on that. And that's what Robert Kahn, the founder of internet, has said. So many others, Nicholas Negroponte, they all said it's a slogan. So that's one part. Secondly, notwithstanding that, like I said just a couple of minutes ago, net neutrality can be a nice thing to have, but each country has to decide its own version, its customized version of net neutrality that will best serve its needs. I don't have to take something thrust upon me from XYZ country. So I'll decide what is good for India. And where are we in India? Abysmally low position on digital index. We are ranked 129 by the ITU, the pinnacle organization of the global community. 129 out of 166. And as low as 132 on internet access. So what are we talking about? We don't represent India, the community here. There is a huge mass sitting out there which is not yet connected. We don't even get any opportunity. And those who are connected low end, they can't even use it. They don't have the wherewithal to use it. Their entitlements or affordability per month is so low. So we have to bear that in mind. So my one high-level point which I would give to this, to all of you, is to discuss and think about, we need net neutrality, yes, of an Indian sort, but more important, we need net penetration. We need to bring net penetration to what mobile has happened. And even mobile is all overhyped. You may hear of 900 million connections and all, but unique subscribers are hardly about 500 million. Can you believe it? Less than 50%. So we have a long way to go on connectivity index, on digital index. So we need that first. Whatever form of net neutrality facilitates that, I think go for it. I would go for it. I say that's good for India. And in my view, zero rating, internet.org, all these are such tools which help augment net penetration in India. It helps the have-nots to have connectivity. We all don't represent that group here. So let's please bear that in mind. Even the FCC chairman has said zero rating is good for consumers and innovation. It has to be examined on merits. They have not given an unqualified okay to it, they have not rejected it. They said we'll examine every proposal on its merits and decide. If there is any structuring, like Nikhil is afraid, or Amod is afraid that, oh, there will be unnecessary power. No futuristic fear should cloud what we do today. Let's live in the present. If a tariff plan is put up which is anti-competitive, wrong for the consumer, wrong for innovation, we have got an institution to deal with it, the TRI. The TRI is not good, change it. But there are institutions available in this country which should examine it on merit. Anything which promotes access without pulling down speeds, quality or price of others, increasing price of others, should be promoted and supported. So that is my first point which I would like to make. Second point which I'd like to make is there should be no, we are all agreed open internet is paramount. Open internet is what is needed for innovation. And therefore there should be no throttling, no choking, no blocking of sites. I fully agree on that. There is no debate at all. And I think I'm talking for telcos in that sense, telcos and ISPs. Because ASSOCHAM, as wearing my ASSOCHAM mantle, I represent telcos, ISPs and also content providers. So we have a clear view, no blocking, no throttling, no price escalation for anybody. But that being the case, under those conditions, let's go forward with such plans which augment net penetration. There should be no discrimination against any category or clause. But these are some of the points which I would like to place before you. I don't want to go on too long in this initial thing. So to summarize and place before you, I believe net neutrality we need, but of an Indian kind, tailored for our requirement. Number two, I believe that our version of net neutrality should find a place in it for things like zero platforms and internet.org. I'm not talking for any operator, I'm talking as a concept, as a practice. That's the one. Third is no throttling, no blocking, and no discrimination against any player, any category. I think these are the high-level points I've placed before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramachandran.
Thank you, Amlan. I would like to start with a quote which reads, "The public interest mandate requires the FCC to promote the free flow of information in the marketplace of ideas. The internet is not only the most dynamic engine for economic growth ever created, but it also has the potential to expand and transform artistic, social and political discourse. Unless the FCC acts quickly, e-commerce, technology and services will be harmed and consumers gouged." Except this wasn't said this month or earlier this year. I'm referring to a Consumer Federation of America press statement from January 27, 1999. So what I want to suggest with this is that consumer groups have been advocating for an abstract notion of neutrality since the advent of the internet. However, what they asked the FCC to do in that case was to further regulate, to have further clearances and bureaucratic red tape before access, as well as determining pricing schemes. The FCC did not relent in 1999. Now, of course, they might argue that this is stifling innovation. But let's look at history. Who was the dominant internet service or company in 1999? It was America Online. Do we remember America Online today? No. In the absence of excessive regulation, there was no impediment to the rise of companies like Google, or as Ms. Leiberman represents today, Facebook. So what I'd like to suggest is that the very nature of this medium does not require bureaucratic interference. This is a medium where open access is not a concern. It's where valuation matters and utility matters. And this is my primary contention, that the economics of net neutrality would suggest that not being neutral helps each of us more than an abstract conception of neutrality. And Dr. Venkatrao in his speech suggested this, that perhaps politically this might not sound too good. And Mr. T.V. Ramachandran too seems to echo this view when he says that, oh, we are for neutrality, but an Indian neutrality. I suppose representing ASSOCHAM, he has to be conscious of these considerations, which as an academic or merely in an abstract discourse, we don't. Which is why I like to argue that economically, absolute non-discriminatory treatment of all data is both exclusive and inefficient. Why is this? Because internet applications and services differ in the social utility and the value that they create. Now, the reason for this is simple. Because, let's look at it this way. The potential net welfare gain that we all have from, say, global news broadcasts, high-frequency commodity trading, stock markets, market information, and even say something like telemedicine will far outweigh any social utility you have from a novelty app, a game, or a meme. Now, this is something that we have to recognize, that while data packets may be equal in what they represent, what it means to us and how we monetize that may lead to a situation where we need not treat them equally. What happens in a perfectly neutral regulatory environment? It mandates that all these data packets are treated equally by ISPs. What happens now? That the former group of more utility, such as say telemedicine, is now lumped with that of say another WhatsApp clone. I think there are 22, 23 instant messaging services today. What additional utility is being served? Now, this is fine. We can still treat them equally if network capacities were infinite, but they aren't. We must realize that endless expansion of telecommunications network and infrastructure is financially not viable. So what happens in such a model? If each service has an equal entitlement in law to access the resources of that requisite infrastructure, you will have congestion, you will have lag, you will have jitter and even outages. What happens when you have an outage? It's not just the WhatsApp clone that's being removed. You are also losing crucial access to weather data, more socially relevant applications. Now, there's another risk here, which is that of crowding out. Generally, they say you're crowded out by a bigger player. But given that entry to the internet is often unregulated, what happens is that niche, small services of marginal utility are often numerous in nature. WhatsApp has 500 million users, as against say Bloomberg, which transmits commodity prices as well as the impact of droughts and floods on global commodity prices. They don't have have 500 million users. However, the impact of price changes or the impact of influence on any of the more relevant, more socially useful services will be impacted by any such outage, which happens because you have far too many consumers being non-productive. And this loss of productivity ultimately comes back to hurt us. Now, something else that we talked about is that consumer side approaches is what people usually suggest. Oh, we already have data caps. You can use up to 20 GB of free data and after that you pay. However, we also need to look at a supply side approach here, which is that of content providers, be it Flipkart, be it anyone else. They need to be able to both take advantage of the infrastructure as well as provide the incentives for those providing that infrastructure. And this is where the other argument comes in, that it's a severe impediment to innovation. And Nikhil, I believe, suggested this, that he got a web domain for 500 rupees and he can continue to do so. But we need to be a little clearer here, that these applications and services that have marginal utility at best, all of them, is once they start claiming these equal rights, the opportunity cost of that is the exclusion of more valuable services. E-learning in India, that's something that everyone talks about. The fact that we have a crippling education infrastructure that can't cope with e-learning and such bandwidth intensive services need preferential access, that's something that we can incur. As far as innovation is concerned, I believe that the best evaluation metric for any new service is not a right that that service has to exist, but it's the purchasing power it can accumulate, both from consumers who want to use that service and the market and the public at large which wants to value that service. Coming back to Flipkart, now Amazon was the biggest player. Up to about 2005 and 2006, you had, as was suggested earlier, Reddit, you had India Plaza. However, Flipkart, with its unique cash on delivery model, was able to provide that added incentive for consumers to move on to Flipkart at the cost of competitors. The absence of neutrality would not have hurt them because they had an idea that is of social value and which will be valued by potential consumers. So ultimately what happens, if you have this purchasing power, any good or valuable service or application that's being developed will have the ability to leverage that position to better negotiate with internet service providers. The fact that Flipkart thought they could approach Airtel Zero. Now, of course, they will argue, but what about the next Flipkart? Now, they can't approach Airtel Zero. Let's be realistic. It's not just Airtel Zero that the new guy can't access. The new guy can't access the same warehousing resources. The new guy can't access the same HR policies. The new guy can't even have the same set of delivery stuff. Now, it is a competitive commercial environment. What we don't need to do is over-regulate to the effect of stifling innovation and investment. And this last bit that I want to suggest has been substantially addressed by the panel. They talk about specifically the fact that India has a large population that's excluded. Even the so-called telecom connectivity number merely represents a phone that can make a call or send a text message. You don't have access to applications and services. Now, if we don't permit the internet service provider from monetizing these services, what effectively happens is that they don't want to invest anymore. Now, it's not just an abstract 1,000 crore that they invest. The reason private telecom companies are playing into this field is because of systemic government failure in the sector for the past 40 years. Otherwise, BSNL technically had connectivity. Why did we need to start auctioning spectrum through licensing? That is because we need that market incentive to incentivize individuals and corporations to further invest. And if we remove a valuable source of revenue, and this is very important, a lot of web services cannibalize the very revenue streams that these companies are dependent on. WhatsApp, for instance, once they introduce voice over internet protocol calling, what effectively happens is you're losing money on call rates. When you start losing money on call rates, what is left for you to monetize except the very data that permits WhatsApp to use your infrastructure? If this does not happen, they're not going to invest anymore. And as Facebook said they're against net neutrality. They're in favor of net neutrality, but what Internet.org essentially suggests is zero rating. That we will subsidize, we will not subsidize, I don't think Facebook is subsidizing, sorry on that, but someone will subsidize so that a mass of individuals can at least access the internet. And in a country like India, where the vast majority of individuals require some form of internet access as against a multitude of choice, that's something we need to work against. And in conclusion, I think competition, that's also one of the pillars that we want to address today. Now, merely having price discrimination doesn't make it anti-competitive. Why is this? Because we have the requisite infrastructure to deal with anti-competitive practices. the Competition Commission of India, and as Mr. T.V. Ramachandran suggests, even the Telecom Regulatory Authority. The CCI Clothes Act can, so for instance, if they were to act in a manner as to systematically exclude competitive services or those who are in the same field that they are, that is something that can be dealt with in competition and antitrust law, and we don't need this net neutrality abstract approach that's just. And just to finally clarify, I don't think anyone on this panel agrees with every bit of that report that the TRA has brought out. Just as I've argued against regulation and excessive interference, I don't think a licensing regime is of any relevance today. The fact remains that we have a marketplace and we have consumers who can appropriately value and dismiss both relevant and irrelevant services. So with these I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers on this panel. I think we got some very unique perspectives, different and unique perspectives. So before we move into the next round, which is a panel discussion, a Q&A session within the panel, where panelists can direct questions to each other, rebut things that were made in the opening remarks, I would very quickly like to summarize each of the main points made by each of the speakers, just to refresh the memory for the panel and for the audience. So Dipali stressed on the importance of universal connectivity. And it's important to keep in mind the have-nots in the Indian population when we enter into this debate about net neutrality. Nikhil spoke about the importance of thinking about the web we want, right? We live with a certain idea of the internet, and if we're not careful, it's possible that without a net neutrality legislation or a net neutrality framework, the internet could be split into different internets in the guise of increasing universal connectivity, as the party said. Amod raised two important points. One was the importance of gatekeepers on the internet, right? And as he had mentioned, every content provider, every internet platform, every internet service wants to become the next gatekeeper. And this is important because gatekeepers rely on advertising for their revenues. A large proportion of internet services rely on advertising, and therefore data matters, and we need to keep in mind the importance of gatekeepers to the internet and who the future gatekeepers will be. Mr. T.V. Ramachandran stressed on the importance of net neutrality in the Indian context. So again, I think he's echoing the statements made by Dipali, which is that we need to keep in mind that there is a large proportion of the Indian population which just don't have access to the internet. So when we tailor our rules or our principles for net neutrality, we need to keep in mind the unique circumstances in India. Yadav concluded, made some very interesting points on the importance of social utility of the app itself, right? So I think I could reduce two important points. One is that apps and internet services differ in their social utility. It's important to define what this social utility is, whether it's an objective or subjective statement, but to keep that in mind. And also that ISP should be allowed to monetize and make revenue of this in terms of the Indian framework for net neutrality. So with that, I'd like to open up the panel for a Q&A session. Again, any panelist is allowed to interject another. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I will allow you to speak. And please let me know if you would like to direct that particular question to another panelist. Sure. So, Mike.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry. Hi. Just wanted to address a few points made by Yadav because they were interesting. Some of them don't think we've heard before, but let me just address them one by one. Like one of the points you made was that telecom operators won't invest in infrastructure. Himanshu Kapania, the CEO of ITSL, said on his conference call on the 29th of April that they're seeing an increasing demand for internet services, and being an ROI-driven operator, they are increasing investments in increasing outreach of internet services. They're seeing demand is profitable, and they're investing in growing, they're investing so as to address that growing demand. So there is a business case for them to invest, that's one. I can give you data, I have about 50 odd points of data here which can explain to you that the usage of the internet is growing at an increasing pace. And so for example, the number of 3G users for Vodafone is up 219% year on year. Quarter on quarter, Vodafone's mobile internet connection base was overall was up about 3.1% on a really high base. For idea, the amount of data consumption increased 2.3 times. So there is increase in usage. On the network capacity issue about certain essential services being crowded out, the internet is an unprecedented space. No one's decided what's important on the internet for anybody. We have, like users have. It's the fundamental disagreement I have with the way you're looking at the internet is that you're looking at it as an audience business, as if services are being delivered to us. The point is, it's a pull-based business. We are demanding those services. If we won't demand, they won't be delivered. So let's just if you want the internet to be like TV, where you have a package and you have a menu and those are essential and there are lots of services which are not available, that's fine. Then watch TV. The internet is a series of services that we ask for. If there is YouTube which is crowding out usage, it's because users want YouTube. Now, if you want to address that problem, about services being crowded out, address it by increasing capacity. Get the government to release more spectrum. The defense today is sitting on double the amount of spectrum than most countries require. Just because you can't grow the pie, don't split the pie in a manner that it disadvantages entrepreneurs and the innovators from trying to create something that consumers want. Right? Release more spectrum. It's really, really important to grow that pie and because as we know, the connectivity that we get today is terrible. We want more, I hope there's free Wi-Fi everywhere for that matter. The telecom operators have had a choice to roll out VoIP services over the last 5, 6, 7 years. They have had the competitive advantage of terminating VoIP on regular phone networks. They have chosen not to innovate because they believe it impacts their business. Are we going to stop the march of technology just because someone wants to keep us back in the Stone Age or something, right? We would still be using telegraph if there weren't better services which had come up. Today, when you have VoIP, it gets integrated into multiple types of services. Messaging gets integrated into multiple types of IP services. And you're going to, there's Monish over here, we were talking about this yesterday on the day before yesterday on the way over. He connected VoIP to a game and they were communicating while playing games, right? And you might say that gaming is frivolous, but you also have to look at the positive advantages of gaming itself, because that develops the mind, that gets you to become competitive, right? So let's not dismiss everything that we do as entertainment, because what the internet does is it allows creators to contribute and create better experiences. You wouldn't have open source today if it wasn't for the internet, if you looked at everything from a marketplace perspective. And I have a fundamental issue if the only way you look at the internet is a market. Because there are all of us who are contributing to Wikipedia, there is GitHub where we're contributing source code. The source code for SaveTheInternet.in is available for anybody to use on GitHub. Kiran, who's over here, his entire business is built in a manner that all the products he creates, he open sources them. You don't want to start judging internet access on the basis of who's providing what service, because the moment you start looking at it as a compilation of services and not just as data, you will lose the core ability for people on the internet to create what they want without even incentives in mind. That contributory ability is really, really important, and that's not something we want to lose. Just because if someone's going to set up a zero-rated platform and going to, like Amod said, suck everyone into the zero-rated platform. I have other points there's one particular point on the definition of net neutrality. You looked at a historical definition. We're not opposed to networks prioritizing on the basis of being stable. What we're opposed to is paid prioritization or collusive prioritization, where certain entities are benefited and they pull everything into that particular. We don't want it to become an audience business. It's an access business. And you should have the freedom, we should have the freedom to access whatever we want. I know I've taken too much of time, but I think I'll get back to other points, especially on zero rating nature.
Thank you, Nikhil. Before you respond, Amod, did you have something to say?
I would also like to add that after JJ was.
So just, busting some myths here, I think network capacity being limited is just BS. A lot of this actually gets called out. It's bullshit. So network capacity is being limited. You've got to ask the telecom providers how much dark fiber is actually lying unlit on the backbone. On the last mile access side of things, of course, there's spectrum related things, etc. Those are things that actually are getting resolved. The point is that if there is no capacity, and we keep on talking about internet and network penetration, when the network penetration doubles up, how the hell are we actually going to provide network capacity then? So network capacity subject is actually irrelevant. Plus one on what Nikhil said about cannibalizing telco revenues, I think, companies have to continue innovating, otherwise they'll just die off. We can't have regulations protecting companies that are not innovating. Lastly, to TV's point about, that prioritization of services was baked into the protocol, etc. As an engineer, I can understand the QoS and quality of service fields in the TCP protocol, etc. Those are artifacts of internet of the 1970s. The world has actually changed significantly. We don't even use those fields anymore on pretty much any part of the network. And if at all they have to be getting used, they've got to be getting used in a service agnostic fashion. And think about it, as more and more services actually go a lot more encrypted, which is essentially what is happening for a whole bunch of good reasons. You fundamentally cannot prioritize on the basis of what is that service actually doing, because you just don't know. The data is actually completely opaque to you. So all of this is just, polluting the whole discussion with just way too many terms and concepts, just to confuse people so much that they cannot really make a decision.
Thank you, Amod. Mr. Ramachandran, would you like to make Jaidev, I think you can respond to both Nikhil and briefly, maybe 2 minutes or two.
So, no, but you can't reply in a minute or two, 15 minutes or more. Take 15. You can take your time.
So, my responses would have to be compartmentalized. So, to Nikhil's point that network capacities are being held up by the government, what I meant to suggest was that theoretically, network capacities are not infinite. Now, insofar as allocation of spectrum or a resource such as internet, such as telecom spectrum, obviously that's not a debate that I wanted to get into. What I meant to suggest was that in a theoretical network which is limited because there is only so much more you can build, given that unlimited expansion is financially not viable, presume that the government gave you access to as much spectrum as you wanted. But you still need to build telecom towers, you still need to build switching arrays, you still need to have the sort of investment you need to expand access to that network. What I meant to suggest was that given that unlimited expansion is not a possibility, at any given point of time, there will be a crowding out of data-intensive, more valuable services by relatively less valuable services that are distributed. Now, I understand Nikhil took some offense to when I suggested that we ought to look at it as a market and as an audience. Now, what Nikhil on the other hand seems to be suggesting is a tyranny of the majority.
I'm saying both, market as well as...
Absolutely, absolutely. On your issue that the internet is for users, by users and all of that, that unfortunately, as I said, reflects tyranny of the majority. Because ultimately what happens is each of these individuals cannot come together to set up a commune which functions as the internet, so that each of us have services that we may, out of the goodness of our hearts, upload our source code to GitHub or contribute information to Wikipedia. Sure, this voluntary sector of the internet which suggests and believes in open sources of immense value, that's not something I'm questioning. What I'm suggesting is that the vast majority of services are for profit. Given that these services are for profit, we need to be conscious of their incentives to keep valuable services that are for profit within the reach of these consumers. Now, for example, what happens is, say, Netflix. Now, that's a service that's not accessible in India yet. But Netflix is one of those services which has immense value. You said not everything is entertainment, but I defend entertainment as well. Now, Netflix is something that's of immense value insofar as recreation is concerned. If Netflix is one such service that is valued by users and consumers to be of such value that I can give away, say, 2 hours of my time and my bandwidth to watch Netflix, then that's a valuable service which can negotiate with Comcast, that can negotiate with AT&T. What we suggest is that these services that no one wants or few people want, suggesting that they are on the same plane legally as a service that is of more value to all of us combined. That, if we keep condoning, would result in a situation where, given the fact that there is a litany of differences and opinions among people, would effectively crowd out more valuable services. I don't think Nikhil would disagree that if I say that telemedicine wherein a doctor can consult via video conferencing is definitely more valuable than Facebook memes. Now, given that this is the situation, obviously the number of people reaching out for telemedicine at any given point of time is few. But it's a judgment call that we make that perhaps health and related more relevant services can be prioritized. If we believe that there is a market for it which can negotiate fairly without impediment, then that's a good thing. Now, as for collusion, of course, we are not here to defend monopolies, or oligopolies in fact. The Indian telecom sector today is the most competitive in the world. There is no question about it. You have the cheapest calling rate, you have the lowest barriers of entry. This remains the fact that, okay, even if you have just 8 or 9 players in a capital intensive sector, there can be sustainable competition. And it is this competition that sees, say, fishermen who otherwise had no access to telecommunication of any kind, would in fact parlay those into more productive action. So that is something that we like to sustain. And I think Mr. Ramachandran had something to add.
Mr. Ramachandran, would you like to comment now? Or?
I would like to comment a lot on this.
Right now? Sure.
In all fairness, I think one needs to have
Mr. Ramachandran,
equal access. Sorry. Yeah, lots of things have been said. I'm both amazed, M-A-Z-E-D, and amused, M-U-S-E-D. Some of the outrageous comments being made. First of all, there are so many myths I have to now talk about. I think probably I'll take time till 2 o'clock. You're using data, not SMS. Don't take them then. Relax. Use data. Relax.
Mr. Ramachandran, in 3 to 5 minutes, if you could.
Yeah, but I hope you apply that equally to everybody.
Sure.
So not fair.
No, of course not.
Not fair.
So 3 to 5 minutes, and I'd like to bring the time.
First and foremost, there were some comments made about investments. A comment by Himanshu Kapania, CEO of IDS, taken out of context, thrown here to say that everybody is making loads of money. Bullshit. I think everybody knows how you handle investors' conflict. Even if you're deep in problems, you can't say I'm dying, so don't invest in me. You are seeking, no, please. I think if you know a bit of economics, just take out the data of all the companies available. It's the total industry is our bread. Please believe me. I'm an economist as well as a wireless technologist. So please believe me, take out I'll send you the data if you don't have it. I'll send you that. Okay. Please don't distort things and present to an audience. Number 2, second outrageous comment I made is no limit on telecom capacity. I'm surprised that Amod, the technologist, is making that statement. If he were making that statement 10, 15 years ago about fixed networks, which is where most of the issues started distorting. Fixed networks, once copper or fiber is sunk on the ground, you've got capacity, practically horrendous capacity. So issues don't arise. So he's probably from that era. But judging by his age, I thought he would be from the wireless era. In wireless, spectrum is finite. The capacity is limited. I can calculate and tell you how many airlines, how many bits you can get on. Base stations are defined on the basis of that. And Indian, please, you had your say, let me have my say. No, you're misquoting me. No,
Amod, you'll have a chance to respond.
I wouldn't know what you said. Telecom capacity is limited, that is bullshit. That's the exact words you used.
Please continue, Mr.
I can't accept as a telecom technologist and as a person with 20 years in this game. And the limiting factor there is spectrum, which is the oxygen for all mobile network. You all know that. You can't do mobile service, create a mobile network without spectrum. And India has got spectrum which is per operator one of the lowest in the world. it's about effectively about 1/6 or 1/7, because it's compounded by the fact that number of operators here is 3-4 times what it is elsewhere, and the total availability of spectrum is half. So 3 into 2 is 6 to 8 times lower. That's why you're having, I'm very unhappy with the quality of the mobile service we're getting now because of the spectrum. So it's not a question of excess capacity and so quality is good. So that's an undisputed fact that spectrum is limiting the capacity, and that I can't accept that statement which is made about telecom capacity not being limited. Thirdly, talk about the fact that prioritization, I'm living from a 70s, 80s era. I do know what I'm talking. Prioritization of packet, all bits were not created equal. There are envelopes, there are flags, informational flags. Without that, without prioritization, you would not have had the innovative services like voice over telephony, all these Netflix aspects. Because with that only, all these are developed. So it doesn't kill innovation. And Yadav very rightly pointed out some of these points. Kudos to him for that. The fact is, most of the modern services, like remote medical monitoring, would not have even taken off if prioritization was not possible. This is documented and on record. So it is not that prioritization is a bad thing. It is not that Netflix is demanding more, so it will have to be treated differently to email, email and browsing. It's probably requiring less than 1 MB. But if I want to run Chromecast movies I need, really speaking, 48 MB. So if I have to do that, you have to prioritize. By making everybody get the same speed, you're going to reduce the overall average of the internet. So everybody would suffer. The email user is not asking for 4 MB or 6 MB. It would be stupid of me to give him that. And this guy needs it for quality. So you have to give a higher speed there. If you start doing this equalization which Nikhil is talking about, then this thing is, a Juggy dweller will be subsidizing the haves sitting in Tughlaq Road or in Lutyens, Delhi. That sort of thing equivalent in Bangalore. The have-nots will be subsidizing the haves.
Mr. Ramachandran, may I please request you to conclude now? I'd just like to get the Pali's perspective on this. Right? We can come back to, we still have time to come back to the...
I'm already half done, so I hand over with all due respect.
Thank you, sir. The Pali, I'd just like to get your perspective on some of the things that were raised right now, right? Which is, one of the issues is, going back to what Yadav said about the social utility of a particular service over another, right? And opposed, in contrast to what both Nikhil and Amod were talking about being service agnostic. So I'm wondering what Facebook's take is in a platform like internet.org in choosing specific services to be a part of the platform, right? Do you consider these to be primary services? Because another analogy that people use for zero-rated platforms is a toll-free service, right? But a toll-free service is generally considered to be a peripheral service to the main service. So how does Facebook pick and choose specific services that it considers to be primary or providing certain social utility to its users?
So, I think that when we decided that we wanted to launch internet.org, we thought about two barriers to connectivity, which was affordability and relevance. And therefore, the point of choosing services was to choose those services, and we chose those services by talking to operators, we talked to people on the ground, which are socially relevant and which are useful and which are compelling enough for people to get on the internet. So we have a variety of categories of services that we feel are really relevant that people use. For example, in the category of communication, in the category of jobs, in the category of health, in the category of maternal health and women's development. We work on the ground in each country, and we've launched internet.org in 9 countries to identify what is important, keeping in mind the local environment, and we onboard those services onto internet.org. That was the earlier model. What we've done from last week is instead of going to content providers and asking them whether they'd be interested in coming to internet.org, we've actually opened up the platform so that a lot more developers can then participate and submit to be a part of internet.org if they're aligned with certain principles. Why is the need for certain principles? Because the program of internet.org is only sustainable if people move from free to paid internet. It doesn't work if everybody stays within, as Nikhil calls it, a walled garden. We don't think that it's a walled garden. It's a great way to utilize important services on the internet to discover the internet. It's an internet literacy program, so that you move from there to explore the broader internet in a way that makes it sustainable for operators to be able to offer you that data for free. So this is how we work to identify services that are useful and relevant, and I think this is a great point to say that we've heard wonderful stories of how people are using internet.org for the first time, and these are users who never had access to internet and would not have access to internet because they cannot afford the internet. They're using it to get maternal health information, because Mama is one of the sites that we have, which is a UNICEF-led site, to discover new things on sites such as Wikipedia, etc. So I think that this is the way that we work to make sure that we are providing useful and relevant services to people. And with the opening of the platform, we hope that many more hundreds of content providers can participate in internet.org.
I just had one follow-up question. So, for example, if internet.org's technical guidelines were to say that data-heavy packets cannot be, services that use high bandwidth or consume high bandwidth cannot be a part of internet.org, do you believe that is a statement that Facebook is equipped to make in terms of a subjective determination about the value of a service? And is that a determination that Facebook makes in the first place?
Well, we have a bunch of guidelines, and a lot of them are technical guidelines. Why we need to have guidelines and why we say that we prefer low bandwidth usage, because like I said, internet.org only works if it's sustainable for the operator. And the operator is not going to offer data for free for an unlimited period of time if there is no way that it is sustainable. So for that, we've opened up the platform in a manner that services that are low bandwidth have certain technical guidelines, etc., that encourage exploration of the internet. For example, a lot of links that you can click on that will encourage users to move from free users to paid users of the internet. And that's why we've developed those guidelines, to make sure that happens, to make it a sustainable model. Otherwise, no operator would want to operate at all.
Thank you, Dipali. Alright, so now we have 3 minutes each for each speaker to make uninterrupted comments based on everything that came out of the panel Q&A. So we can start with, Dipali spoke. So we can start with Jaidev. Jaidev, you have each speaker now would have 3 minutes to make uninterrupted comments.
I think what Dipali has suggested and what Facebook is implementing forms the crux of why net neutrality need not be followed towards a beneficial social end. And this is what I tried to suggest towards the end. I didn't have much time to go into it, which was about the fact that India particularly, and emerging markets, I believe internet.org is across emerging markets in Africa, India, several countries. These are countries where the sort of access that, one, people don't have much access. Secondly, the sort of access that people have is itself differentiated. And as Mr. Ramachandran was suggesting, the sort of applications and the sort of usage that we make, I mean, say, urban elite in India or the elite in any sort of country, in any emerging market, the sort of utilization of the internet that they take is distinctly different from the sort of access and utilization that the bulk of users, particularly in rural areas that are otherwise underserved, make. For instance, you can just make calls or send text messages. What internet.org, and internet.org is philanthropic is what they suggest, and what Airtel Zero, which was extremely controversial, seemed to suggest, is what that effectively does is it lowers the entry barrier for a large number of people. Now, of course, Nikhil's rebuttal to this would be at the cost of you shopping at Flipkart as against Amazon, at the cost of you going on to Facebook as against some other service.
No, that won't be.
Oh, okay.
You're putting words in my mouth and I suggest you don't.
Okay, fair enough. Even if that weren't the case, even if competition, okay, I was about to say competition isn't a concern because you have diverse set of operators competing among themselves, you have diverse consumers competing among themselves for the utilization of these services. If that isn't a concern, if competition isn't a concern, then I don't see why anyone has a problem with not being neutral. If competition, okay, if it's granted, we don't think that competition is a concern. For instance, the fact that people now can shop at competitive prices on Flipkart as against just local stores, which is what perhaps you would have in rural India or in Tier 2 cities. The fact that you have these options at a subsidized rate is definitely better off than not having that access if the subsidy weren't provided. Now, 30 years ago, the subsidy would have been provided by the government, but we've moved away from that model. Now we've identified a model where providers and businesses themselves can identify those opportunities where they believe that services can be subsidized if that means that they will have other advantages. Given this, I believe that Internet.org and similar zero rating services have no issue as long as there is no collusion between operators themselves. That, of course, is a matter for competition law, and we believe that we have the requisite infrastructure to deal with that. I believe my time is up. I'll hand over to
Thanks, Yadav. Mr. Ramachandran?
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a lot of things to talk about, but let me first.
Yeah, you have 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll just take off from the last point which was referred to by Jaydev. Because products like Airtel Zero and Internet.org are being talked about. I don't want to talk about the company's product, but the concept. My point is, first and foremost, these are nothing but things like toll-free calling, which has been there, 1-800 service, or promotion of products, which have been there for decades now. So I don't know why issues are coming up on competition with respect to that. That's allowed. That's permitted marketing all the time. Number two, you look at you go to a mall today, any mall here, Forum Mall or whatever. You go into one shop, he says, I'll give you one shirt for one free, 1 for 1. Another says, I won't give you anything free. Peter England might give you one and Van Heusen might give another, not give anything at all. That is not anti-competitive, that is fair business, that's marketing. So what are we cribbing about here? If it's done in an open way, non-discriminating, suppose you say, I won't allow that customer into my shop, then that is discrimination, that's not allowed. In internet also, in the internet shop, anybody should be able to access it if he comes back. If I want to get onto the platform and being stopped from that, then that's wrong. We will never support that. That's point number one which I want to make. Point number two, much was talked about earlier about investment also in the context of various things. I would say that subsidy, again, which is being referred to, in the case of subsidies, who's subsidizing whom? It is not that this is an anti-competitive thing, because everybody is now talking about an issue, situation where there are 3 types of players involved. Only one of them is a real end user, that the so-called disadvantage or advantage end user of the network, consumer is one. The other 2 entities are 100% commercial entities. Believe me that, whether it's a content producer who's innovating a new thing, he's a commercial, he's in a garage but he's commercial. We support innovation, but that we can't ignore the fact that he's commercial. So let the commercial entities, the telcos or ISPs and the other types of commercial entities sort out between them in adult commercial fashion. Why bring the user into it? Let the user get his advantages which he's supposed to get, which we want. Like I said repeatedly, again and again, net penetration is what we want. We want upgrading of the index here, the digital index in India. Anything that promotes this is good for India, we should go for that. We can, but it's not fixed in time. It's always being made out as a future is that could go against competition, etc., etc. If there is going against competition, there are bodies to look into that. If there are going to be any future problems, let's deal with it then. Today, let's take the advantage, because we are 20, 30 years behind other countries in terms of penetration. So we need to catch up, maybe review these policies after 5 years, 10 years, whatever. But let's get ahead with the real end game, which is get penetration and access for everybody. We make the internet available for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I'll start off with repeating my same point that there's just so much misleading that is actually happening. Firstly, words got put in my mouth about me saying that spectrum is infinite. I never said that. I was talking about I didn't talk about network capacity not being limited. I was talking about network capacity nowhere being close to being choked. These are very, very different things, and we should bear that in mind. Secondly, prioritization versus spectrum. Again, very misleading arguments, and I'm very disappointed how people and companies get away with putting out such misleading statements. Spectrum is just about the last mile to the tower. After that, it's all about bandwidth that is running on fibers and all of these things.
the prioritization is not happening on the tower, it's happening way deeper into the network, where capacities are huge. How does prioritizing for traffic there actually going to solve for a spectrum problem? It does not. And it's actually very misleading. Secondly, even if we find it difficult to understand these technical arguments, just think about it logically. If spectrum is limited, how do we plan to provide internet to the remaining 70%, 80% of the Indian Janta? It's just common sense. So that's the there's not enough time to go into the technical arguments, but I can tell you as an engineer that it's wrong, it's misleading. And the only reason why people get away with this misleading statements is because in press you cannot talk about technical details and you can get away with cursory things here and there, spreading fear, uncertainty and doubt. Then about the competitive laws. See, there are things for which there are bodies. I've never really gone to these bodies, so I cannot comment about the effectiveness of these. But I can, intuitively, how many people are comfortable with, approaching a government body about it. There's some issue that I'm actually facing. The resolution time of those. If there is a proactive way of eliminating these problems, we should go ahead and actually do that. Toll-free analogy is again BS. I think. There's so much arguments about it that I had actually made. There was a blog post that I had done about it. Firstly, internet is very different from telephonic systems. It's a medium where lock-in is innate to the cultural fabric of internet. How many times do we switch internet service? When was the last time you switched your Gmail, your mail provider? When was the last time you switched your any internet service provider? Think about it. The lock-in is actually innate. So the ecosystem dynamics are very different in case of internet. Potential for abuse, conflict of interest, and these are things that I've talked about it in the past, so I've not waste additional time on that. About the internet.org piece, I think everybody believes in philanthropy. I think we should go ahead and actually do that. Don't do it without eating up the data about people and using that for other means. There are simple proxies. You want to do philanthropy, set up a simple proxy. Every institution has proxy. Your college has a proxy, most likely, right? They don't track data. Set up proxies and actually tell people that hey, I'm going to cover up for those costs or whatever, whichever way you actually want to do that. There is even the technical parameters that they had actually laid out about. We are doing this because we do not want heavy content to be going on to feature phones or smaller phones, etc. We don't want people to be getting burdened, etc. Technically, I can prove you on a whiteboard that all of those things are possible without doing it in the way that internet.org is actually doing it.
So, three broad points to make. I'll address them one by one. Firstly, about the Competition Commission and those issues, right? In 2008, we were caught napping when the IT Act was passed. It took us 6 years to get that addressed. I don't think, and this time that's why we sort of acted early, because we don't want a situation where the basic structure of how the internet works gets split and you have these walled gardens that are created, and then we have to wait for a competition commission to address that. Secondly, the competition commission isn't really open to views from the public and users of our generation in a sense, and I think that's something to bear in mind. I won't go much into the Competition Commission. The other thing is this free market argument that gets made about, the telecom operators should be allowed to do what they want because they're their customers. Rajesh Jain, founder of Niti Central, wrote a piece a couple of days ago, last week actually, where he said that telecom operators, because of free markets, telecom operators should be allowed to block apps. I was very disappointed when he said that because I've known him for a while. Spectrum is limited, it's licensed to operators. I have this fundamental belief that because you're creating these licensed oligopolies, you have to have laws that ensure that they don't act in a predatory manner. And I'll take that to the zero rating and the internet.org piece, because you're linking access to the internet directly to spectrum because of this abusive agreement between a telecom provider and a large internet company. And their said they'll allow everybody in. But there is a clause in those guidelines that says telecom operators will be allowed to exclude any apps that they want because of their own competitive concerns. Zero rating is a fundamental shift in the way the internet works. And that's why it's a black hole that Amod had talked about. I know Amod didn't go into details, but let me just address that toll-free analogy because I think it's still important. Toll-free on the internet is not a support mechanism. It is the entire access to the business. And so your entire future as an internet company and your ability to innovate is dependent on your negotiations then with whoever that toll-free provider is, right? So it's not the same as a support mechanism which is the toll-free phone. Toll-free providers do not compete with whoever they provide the toll-free service to. On the internet, you have a situation where Airtel has set up Wink. It has toll-free data along with it. And how this works in a competitive scenario is that once Wink has toll-free data along with it, and it does still, what happens, all the competitors are forced to come on board. And that's again the black hole. That competitive scenario means that a telecom operator can launch any service they want and force all internet companies to come and buy zero rating. The Times Internet example about not being able to exit internet.org is the same thing. All the competitors are on. No one wants to leave that because their service will be less attractive. And the only thing this does is it creates the institution of a carriage fee for a telecom operator. There are net neutral alternatives to zero rating. One of them is give a certain amount of data for free. The Delhi government with its Wi-Fi project is trying to do that. And I think a limited amount, you have this at airports as well, and hopefully you have it at the railway stations as well soon. If you want to do philanthropy, give a little data for free. Let people choose what they want to choose. Why are you determining choice for them? The other one is that there can be, last point, have ad-supported data for free. Again, there are examples of that being rolled out. The Mozilla Foundation is doing something around that in Sri Lanka, I think. So there is possible to have zero rating and increase access, which is still neutral.
Nepali, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to, in summary, I want to go back to the point about universal connectivity. I think everybody's talked about the fact that this is about net neutrality, but obviously there are different ways in which we look at net neutrality, and there are different behaviors that we think should be allowed on the internet versus behaviors that should not be allowed, and zero rating is one of them. I want to address the point that I think that what Nikhil and Amod talked about in relation to internet.org, their version of net neutrality would disallow internet.org being offered. We've actually got 8 million people online, and that would actually mean that we are depriving these people of access. And I think that in a country like India, we need to make sure that there are millions of people who don't even realize the value of internet, that they need an opportunity to get online, and any such absolute definitions of net neutrality on illusory concerns of competition is actually something that we don't agree with. And I think it's interesting that I don't know how many of you have seen it, I'm sure the people on the panel have seen it as well, that the economic advisor to the Antitrust Commission has actually written a few articles on net neutrality and talked about the fact that such an absolute version of net neutrality, and I quote, is blatantly anti-poor, making the point that we have to put access. We have to put access first, and we can't disadvantage people who've never had internet access for the first time on concerns of competition that have absolutely no empirical evidence. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want to talk about, where Nikhil talked about the fact that why don't you offer free data? We don't offer free data, an unlimited amount of free data, because the barriers that internet.org seeks to address is one is affordability and the other is relevance. We want to provide useful content to people as an on-ramp to the internet so that they can become paid users of the internet. We find that if you give a limited amount of data for free, you just end up spending that data on global services like Facebook and YouTube, and you don't look at local content. That's one reason, and this drives demand for local content, and it's good for business and it's good for ecosystems. The second thing is that, again, we fundamentally believe that there are certain essential services, and I go back to services like healthcare or services like jobs, that you should have consistent access to. which means that if you run out of data caps on Facebook and YouTube, you have no data to be able to go back to health information or jobs information or information about important services, important useful social services that you can utilize. Which is why I think that internet.org works. To go back to Amod's point of data, we think we collect data and we have terms and conditions which are work for Facebook. We apply the same terms and conditions to internet.org. We don't serve ads on Facebook version that is available on internet.org. All the data that we collect is to make the service better. So I think that it's important that when we make important decisions and when you think about net neutrality, I think that it's important to make sure that universal connectivity and connecting the unconnected is a part of how we think about net neutrality. Otherwise, it just means that a lot of people will not have the opportunity to get any access to the internet till they can afford it. And a lot of people cannot afford it.
Thank you, Dipali. I'm going to use my moderator's discretion and give Mr. Ramachandran 3 more minutes to make his final points.
Thank you. I will not take that.
Alright, okay. So with Mr. Ramachandran's permission, we will actually move to the audience Q&A now. We've kept 45 minutes for Q&As. Before we go into that, I'd just like to urge you all to ask questions. We have a lawyer here, we have an entrepreneur, lawyer and policy professional, we have an entrepreneur, we have an engineer, we have an economist, and we have a law school student. So your questions can range from anything. I can already see masters in wireless technologies and an economist. Okay, and understand economics and wireless technologies. Alright, so I can see a lot of hands here. Just some ground rules. Before you ask your question, please state your name. If it's addressed to a particular panelist, please state his name, and I will repeat your questions once you do. Alright, Sarthak, you can use this mic. 2 mics is fine. Yes, let's start in the second row.
I'm Makshud from the third year. I would like to repeat Mr. Mohanty's question to Ms. Dipali, where he asked, when Facebook chooses on internet.org to only allow low bandwidth data, as a technical specification, because they believe the network will not sustain if all kinds of data were given the same priority, is it not making a value choice on behalf of the consumer? It is the same question is at the crux of what Yadav says. Either Netflix is popular enough to negotiate a contract with itself, or Netflix is valuable and therefore we should give it more faster data. Which of the two is the position? And honestly, there's teams on this panel, so I will refer that question to Mr. Ramachandran.
I'm sorry, I missed that question.
Yeah, I'll frame it better. Sir, either we are trying to encourage things that we consider valuable, like e-learning, like telemedicine, or we are trying to make sure that those things that consumers consider valuable, including hamsters and kittens on YouTube, are allowed to negotiate with companies for faster data. Who is allowed faster data? Things that are valuable objectively, like education and literacy for the poor, or things that make money on the net?
Thank you. Alright, so it's a loaded question. Dipali, would you like to answer, or would you like him to repeat?
Yes, I actually didn't.
Alright, so just a couple more ground rules. Once you state your name, who it's directed to, you have 30 seconds. I'm going to give each speaker only 30 seconds to ask a question, and please conclude with your question and who it's directed to. So, if you could just conclude with your question and who you want to respond to that.
So, the question with respect to internet.org is whether its choice of a technical specification of only low bandwidth data is not making a choice on behalf of the consumer of what kind of data that he should consume. The other question, which is directed to Mr. Ramachandran, is whether what is it that you're trying to bring to the consumer, what the consumer wants or what you think the consumer wants, because at the end of the day you're trying to make money.
Alright, thanks. I think those two questions are clear. Dipali, would you like to answer first?
Yes, so I think that the purpose of internet.org is to act as an on-ramp to the internet, and the reason why we've opened it up to a number of developers and kept it to certain specific guidelines is because of this. It has to be sustainable for the operator, it has to make money for the operator. The program doesn't work if you don't move from the free services that you're getting to a paid version of the internet. And if you offer all the internet for free, there would be nobody who would have who would move from free to paid, and therefore we wouldn't be able to offer the program. So which is why there is a reason why we have certain specifications and allow users to, and allow content providers to build around the specifications to come and implement or not.
Ramachandran, would you like to respond?
Thank you. The answer to your question is very simple. I believe in market economics. What the consumer wants, he will get. Not a value judgment by an operator or by the government. Government is well willing to, it's open to government to offer its e-governance services and all that free if it wants to do that. That is its domain. But we should only cater to what the consumer wants. I'm not going to pass a value judgment on what is right.
The other person in the front row. So.
I'm M.G. Kodandara from the National Institute on Taxation. My issue is, today what is more concerning is governance, e-governance. None of the panelists touched upon it. In fact, true democracy has come to live because of this internet, that's what I say. When I started my career 35 years ago, it was always controls. Today, true democracy has come into picture because as a citizen, I am the person governing myself. To that extent, there is a voluntary compliance is possible for me. Secondly, I can establish my rights. Sitting in my home, I can pay my property tax. Sitting in my home, I can do whatever government duties I am going to. And I can govern myself. Today, government services are allowed online. For example, take Sakala. Today, we are able to get whatever birth certificate, small issue, I get birth certificate, sitting in my home. But this should be accessible. If internet is made accessible to everybody, every citizen, then the person in a rural area will be able to get the government facilities and services. That is the primary requirement. For a human being, commercial things comes later. For a simple man to live roti, kapra or makan, he should be governed. He must be able to govern himself. He must be able to establish his rights. Similarly, if you take another example to give you, today payment of taxes.
So that's also could you please get your question?
Last I will come back. Why? It is continuation of my friend's question there. While prioritizing or doing any such decision, the e-governance aspect must be taken as a major issue than commerce. The e-governance is all what is more important for a citizen by the use of internet. So that true democracy lives in India.
Would you like to conclude with is there a comment or is there a question as well?
It is these panelists itself have gone beyond this one. They have not touched upon e-governance, which I felt very, very sad.
So to be fair, the theme of this session is innovation and competition. I'm wondering if...
Exactly. Innovation capacity and it should be network to be increased and made accessible everything. What? For what? That is for e-governance. That should be the primary goal. That's what I feel.
Yes, sir, you made your point. I think, Amod, would you like to respond? Alright, I think we have a couple of responses to that. Ramachandran, you can first.
I couldn't agree with you more. You're perfectly right. That's what I said at the start. Internet access, we are ranked 231, even lower than the overall digital index. India is very poorly placed. It needs access. So that is our highest priority. But that the government is right, that we are now talking on a different platform. This is a platform which we are talking about competition and innovation. Government is committed to a full-fledged e-governance program delivered mandatorily through what they are doing now, the No-Fun project and Digital India project. But it's government's job, they will do it. And it will be free.
Companies get innovation, they get jobs, they get infrastructure.
I guess in some ways your question relates to the universal accessibility piece, so I'm going to respond to that in a very slight way. It's precisely why this subject of accessibility shouldn't be mixed with the subject of net neutrality, because then it misleads you into thinking that net neutrality will lead to universal accessibility. The same things, all the things that you spoke about, there is nobody, not just in this panel, nobody in this room would disagree with that objective. It's about how that objective is actually being achieved. There are other ways of bringing accessibility of all of those services to people at a much lower cost. There are other ways of doing that. Reducing interconnect costs, the amount of money that the engagement that ISPs have with the government and the nature of taxation that happens at a bunch of other ways of actually reducing the cost. We don't have to get into breaking net neutrality in order to solve for universal accessibility.
Nikhil, would you like to respond?
I just wanted to respond saying that I agree that e-government services are really important, and it's important that people have access to e-government services. And there are two things. One is that we really need valuable e-government services, and right now I think that we are not nearly there. And secondly, Internet.org, we are working with governments to include e-gov services into the platform. Internet.org, as it's currently offered in India, includes 80 Speaks, which is a state e-gov service that is offered, where we actually spoke to a lot more governments and wanted to include e-gov services into the platform so that it was available to people who couldn't afford access, and they could get free access to that. So that's just a short point that I wanted to talk about.
So thank you for your question. Okay, we have request right at the back.
Hi, Pranesh.
My name is Pranesh Rakash. I have two questions, one to the gentleman from Facebook, one to the gentleman from Flipkart, one to the lady from Facebook. For Flipkart, now zero rating as is practiced with Internet.org, as is practiced by Wikipedia zero, Facebook zero, etc. There is no payment being made by the OTT to the telecom service provider, which means the only way the telecom service provider makes money, and they do want to make money out of this, they're not doing it out of charity. The only way they make money out of it is if people voluntarily break out of the walled garden and go and access other services. Now, if they do that, then your argument fails, okay, because people are getting exposed to the rest of the world outside the walled garden. If they don't, the telecom service provider will start losing money and won't offer free Internet.org, won't offer free Wikipedia zero, etc. at all. Okay, so if Internet.org covered 10,000 services, say, okay, then the telecom service provider loses money, won't offer that as a service, as a free service. Okay, so isn't that a good thing? As opposed to, paid zero rating. Unpaid zero rating is a very different game. Now, to the lady from Facebook, now, whatever you say about effect on competition and it not harming competition, it does, Internet.org does harm diversity, because you are selecting a set number of services, whatever they be, and you're not offering free access to other services. It does harm openness of the internet, it does harm diversity. Now, there are other models possible, including that of saying that for those who access certain services that we are promoting for free, okay, you will get credits vis-a-vis general web access. This is what a program called Jana Loyalty Program is doing right now with MSend, right, as an app. Now, why isn't that a superior model, and why isn't Internet.org following that kind of model, which allows not just for free access to stuff that you are promoting, but also free access to the rest of the web? Allow people to break out of your walled garden.
Just to repeat, the question is, why aren't users on zero-rated platforms allowed to hop over to other services that are not part of the platform? Nepali, would you like to okay. That was just the last bit. Could you just summarize your question aloud in about 10 seconds?
The summary is, why don't you make it a kind of zero rating where you get zero rated access both to specific services and to the rest of the web as well? Not unlimited access to the web, but limited by how much you're actually, using Facebook. Say, so for a person who uses Facebook more, they get a certain amount of credit for general web access.
I think that if I understand you correctly, you're saying that we should offer a certain amount of web access for free. I think that the model that we believe that this model works, and we've seen evidence in the way that people have been using, is that if you offer services for free, then they just end up using, I think I answered this question, certain global services, and what we believe is giving access
for both. Offer both. Localized services, zero rated, and even if you want to pay the OTT for it, that's fine. Okay, paid localized services zero rated, and at the same time allow people to access the web, okay, allow people to break out of the walled garden. Right now Facebook does not do that.
I think that the changes that we've announced in the platform, I think that we've made it open to a lot more developers to come and be part of the platform, really addresses part of the concern that you have. And like you rightly said, the model doesn't work if people don't break out of the walled garden. Having said that, I'm sure that there are other models that are workable. Maybe we've thought about it, maybe we haven't thought about it. But this is the model that we believe really works and makes it sustainable to operators and makes it possible for users to access relevant services. And there could be other models out there, and other content providers or operators, we encourage them to offer these kind of models. I think ultimately we believe that the model that we're offering right now, particularly with the changes that we announced, where it opens up the platform for a lot more content providers to create content, is a workable model, and we've seen it successful because it's got 8 million people online. I think the next.
Would you like to briefly respond?
Yeah, so I think the first part of the question was in the internet.org model, how do the operators eventually sustain this, right? It's really a question that should be again posed back to Dipali, because
I'm telling you how they sustain themselves.
I completely agree how they sustain themselves, and that's where actually part of the problem lies. Why have a model where you have to get into these sort of issues? Don't have that model. Secondly, to the point about opening up the platform, etc. Again, it gives you a feeling that all the services are accessible. But again, the whole point is that the data behind all of those services is actually going to one single platform, and that's actually counterproductive for the internet ecosystem.
Nikhil had a point. Yeah, so just a couple of things. Firstly, that, like I said before, zero rating is a permanent shift in the way the internet functions. And let's face it, internet.org is a permanent platform. It's not a temporary shift where, for example, you get internet access to a few services as a taster for a month, and then you have to pay thereafter. It is a permanent structure, and that's only up to the telecom operator and whether they want to continue. I know, Ganesh, but it's still a consistent sort of, it's not a promo offer for 1 month, right? And that's, I think, what we can agree on. The other thing that's just more important to me is that it's also not the internet. It's a collection of services, those services that choose to come onto the platform. And then that's what Amod talked about, it being a black hole that pulls all services on because everyone will have to be on because the competitors will be on it. And that's classic game theory in operation. So just wanted to make these 2 points about it.
Thanks. We have a question in the middle.
Yeah, I'm Shashank, and my question is directed to Nikhil. So I take you out of what the student speaker spoke, but how the internet has grown independent of government intervention. To begin with, how do we look at net being neutral? I mean, is it definitively neutral? Because when you look at it, is it compelled to be neutral? Because have we brought that neutrality upon itself? Because we've seen government is not intervening at any stages. Only say post 2000 we've seen the government exclusively on the internet. So is the neutrality that we tag internet with, is it something that we brought it upon on the internet, or is it something that forcefully or compels the internet to be neutral? Or is it something that, is it written somewhere, something that requires the internet to be neutral? Or is it the will or the requirement of the consumers that makes it neutral?
I'm still trying to understand that question, to be honest, but
If you have very simple, in a sense, does the internet require it, do we require the internet to be neutral? Is it said somewhere the internet has to be neutral, or do we compel it to be neutral?
So, honestly, whether it says somewhere or the other whether the internet should be neutral or not, at a technical level, it's not neutral. There is prioritization, which is natural prioritization that takes place, and that is necessary, that was built into the system, and it's necessary also in case of a market like India for maintaining stability of the network. We have no opposition to that sort of an issue. What we are opposed to is a form of either paid prioritization where some services who pay. See, also there is no distinction between service providers who are providing a service. It's only about types of service, and that's where the prioritization comes in. What we're opposed to is service provider specific prioritization due to some sort of an agreement that comes in, or which could be either paid or not paid. Let the consumer decide where they want to go. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks. We have a question now. Please conclude your question in 30 seconds and please take your question if you can.
Alright, hello, my name is Janardhan and I'm from the second year. My question is to Mr. Nikhil Pahwa. I have two questions. The first one is you spoke about how MediaNama is now able to challenge big news media. So if I want to set up a newspaper, a media, any kind of media house, a TV station, radio station, there are certain licenses and costs involved in that process. So why should the internet as a resource, as in the same format, be exempted from those? The second question is you spoke about zero rating allowing users to access certain apps without any costs involved. Now what this means is that out of my mobile data charges, there's a certain amount which is saved, which is not used when I use these apps. So when that amount is saved, I can use that amount of data to access the new innovative localized apps. So why is this a problem for startups?
Those are very good questions, thank you.
So this is, actually the first question is precisely the issue, right? You've seen what licensing does. It restricts choice. Raghav Bahl, for example, talked about neutrality, or lack of neutrality on cable networks, where content providers had a must-provide clause, but the cable networks did not have a must-allow sort of a clause, which created the institution of carriage fees. And Vinita Kohli-Khandekar wrote a follow-up article, rather she wrote an article about how many channels died because of this. We actually want deregulation for many sectors. I think the media should be free. And I'm not in favor of a licensing regime for the media. So I hope that addresses your question about why we shouldn't have licensing and registration. The fact that I have not had to go in front of a bureaucrat and apply for a license to build, which was essentially a blog, and build it into a media property, what's wrong with that? And we're challenging not the big guys, but in our own sector, in our little segment, we are like little gaulish with this sort of thing, right? So I don't think there's, I would want more businesses to be set up without that unnecessary regulatory opening. We are still governed by laws that exist in this country. We just don't require permission to start our business.
I mean, in the position that you are currently, wouldn't you want some kind of entry barriers to protect your position?
Absolutely not. I love competition. I think it makes me better. So this is going to sound really weird, but there was a time about 4 years ago where one of my competitors lost a key employee, and I was trying to help them hire people because I liked that competition. I know not many people do this sort of a thing, and they were suspicious about why I'm trying to help them hire. Like, I was recommending people to them. And Vikas from my team, he used to work with us earlier, he'll actually attest to this, how we work. On the second question, sorry, could you repeat the second question?
Zero rating means that I can save my mobile data by using these zero rated services and use that data on the new localized, new innovative, fresh apps.
Right. So this is largely the issue of how the competitive dynamics play out, right? Because if one service is zero rated, and then another service will want to be zero rated because you will choose one over the other. And there is a propensity to launch a large number of zero rated services. We've seen that. At least we've got Airtel with Wink, for example. And it forces other competing players to also do that. What this does is, it institutes that same carriage fee that I talked about in a roundabout way. So it becomes imperative for a service to be on that zero rated platform. And therefore, it becomes an integral part of my startup cost when I'm launching a business, saying that if there's going to be one entire universe of users which is only on zero rated, then I'll have to be a part of it. Also, the other thing, and I think this is what we've seen with Internet.org in Indonesia, that the moment a person jumps off a zero rated platform to the rest of the web, very rightly they are given a warning that they will be charged for that, right? Now, Amod can attest to this as an e-commerce platform. The moment you have a situation where there is that sort of a pop-up, the propensity to drop off is high. So the propensity to explore outside the zero rating ecosystem is a big challenge because you'll be forced as a business to go on to that. So while it might add to consumer, like might allow the consumer to spend their money on other things, it just changes the competitive dynamics of the whole ecosystem, and that's what we're concerned about.
Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks for those questions. Mr. Ramachandran had another follow-up.
I just quickly like to add that it's a great thing that you can distinguish between when you move from free to the paid internet, and if that didn't happen, if people stop moving from the free to the paid internet, the program doesn't work. So I think that's what it's directed to do, and I think that's why we need programs like this, because it has to be sustainable at the end of the day for the operator to offer you those services for free.
Thank you. I would like to add that, yes, what you say is absolutely right. This sort of, if I were a end user with limited, say, 1 GB, 2 GB only affordable by me for a month, if I can save data usage on some sites, whatever sites are on the platform, then balance are available for my experimenting with whatever other sites I want to use, that's good, more power to the consumer. That's competition. And some others who are not on the platform, if they are sort of constrained to come on the platform, that's competition. That's also, they can stay on the platform and still run the genuine better product. So that's very good for competition. It's good for end consumer benefit. That's what I would like to endorse.
Just to add on to what Mr. Ramachandran said, they spoke of, some of this panel spoke of, say for instance, the fact that you have cable company monopolies in the United States and the existence of carriage fees effectively killing channels.
India.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, I had an American example where cable monopolies are even higher than India. So what I'd like to say is the channels that got killed off maybe did offer a product good enough. And the reason I bring this up is, in the Denver metropolitan area throughout the late 90s, you only had Comcast as a cable provider, you did not have Time Warner. What happened at the time was the channel Comedy Central was only offered on Time Warner, and they didn't have access to Comedy Central on several basic cable networks in the Denver metropolitan area. Except that in the late 90s, Comedy Central started off a new program called South Park. South Park happens to be set in Colorado in a suburb of Denver. Given that there was enough pressure from consumers to access a good product, there was sufficient bargaining and purchasing power that Comedy Central as a channel with their good product was now able to negotiate better terms with Comcast. Because ultimately Comcast does not want to give away viewers. Because if channels are present, providing good product, they can sustain themselves. And this is what Mr. Ramachandran has also been suggesting, I believe. That if you have good product, you will have the market valuation and the credit lines in order to compete, just as you have to invest in other things. Startups now have to account for zero rating platforms. Startups have to account for hiring space, they have to account for personnel, they have to account for salaries. This is one additional competitive metric that they have to account for. And that isn't bad in the long run because we have net welfare gain as you suggested earlier. Thank you.
Thanks, Yadav. I think Amod has a point, and Amod, we'd like you to discuss that a little bit. Whether as startups should sort of allocate marketing budgets to get onto zero-rated platforms. Is that something
let me talk about that. I'm sorry to be belaboring the same point again, throw in another keyword and distract the subject. Competition. This is not competition, guys. If you think that this is just market at play, it is not. It leads to a very different dynamic. It leads to sucking in. It's precisely because you as a customer would actually want to save money, and you would come onto that platform, and that forces everybody else to come onto that platform, as well, not because of the goodness of the platform. Okay, it's got nothing to do with really the competition at play. Secondly, if we have heard arguments about a customer was bearing the money, let the company bear the money. Here is the, let me play this out, and you'll have to give me just a few additional minutes on this. Say for example, for per MB data, you were a customer, I'm a service provider. You for per MB data, you were paying 1 rupee, just for an example, okay? When I'm talking to the ISP, I'm the business, the ISP tells me that, hey, the customer was paying me 1 rupee per MB, you've got to pay me more than that. For the very simple reason that if they are not demanding me more than that, then there is no business use case for them to actually talk to me. Okay? So, and the way it ends up getting positioned, and when all of us have heard about it in the market, it's a thing called the marketing cost. This marketing cost, the money that you're paying me, I end up paying multiple proportions, 8 to 10 times higher amount. Where do you think this money would actually hit you? It would end up coming onto you as a customer eventually. Okay, in the form of some of the other higher costs. So the whole point is that this change makes the system inefficient. Because instead of getting that money from the customer, now because much lesser number of entities are paying, which are the businesses, and those discussions happen in a slightly opaque fashion. Even if you actually publish out the rates, etc., I can guarantee you that it's nowhere close to the transparency that you see on the public market side. That hey, customers, please come to me because I'm giving you 10% lesser data charge. Okay, that kind of transparency cannot come into the B2B discussions on data pricing. This inefficiency ends up hitting the customer regardless. So if we think that it's actually benefiting the ecosystem, it does not.
Nikhil, would you like to talk about the mobile value-added service ecosystem? Because it's something very similar where content that providers come onto the platform.
So I mentioned earlier that there were about 50 to 30 companies that dominated the mobile VAS space. They had a vendor relationship with a telecom operator, right? What we're afraid of is creation of data VAS about the vendor relationship because of the same arrangement, the B2B arrangement that Amod talked about gets created. In VAS, you had a situation where, for example, the operator said there's someone called a supply chain manager. That his job is to every year renegotiate the rates that you're paying. And so while you might want to go in initially because of a comparative advantage, over a period of time your dependency increases. It's a classic bait and switch right now. And I don't think we can risk at this stage of the digital ecosystem in this country, where startups are just beginning to go global, we can't risk falling into that same trap.
That's good. Kiran, did you have a point to make?
So on the new Internet.org platform, there are a bunch of things that are fairly concerning. One is there is no HTTPS, no security. There is no HTTPS. The technical guidelines say that there must be no encryption whatsoever, which means that the telco and Facebook are both completely aware of what is being communicated. Therefore, it can't be used for anything sensitive. You cannot use this for banking. You cannot use this for any kind of service where you have to be concerned about who else is getting the data. And that's one concern. The second concern is that all of the data passes through Facebook. Facebook provides a proxy, which means that Facebook is logging what is passing through, because the technical guidelines also say that this is subject to Facebook terms and conditions. The exact same terms and conditions that any user of Facebook use. Facebook, which says that Facebook has a copy of your data for whatever reason that they want to keep a copy of your data and do whatever. Now this applies to third-party website that's available on Internet.org, which would otherwise not be the case. The third thing is that the reports that Facebook provides to the website on what is happening on Internet.org, as per the guidelines, are confidential. Which essentially means that as a service, I can't even talk about what my Internet.org traffic is like, because the terms and conditions say that this is confidential. So this doesn't sound like the internet at all.
So, I think that you had three questions, and I may ask you to repeat. The first is, I think that...
Yeah, why is there no security?
Why is there no security? I think that at this point, and I think that you mean that we don't support HTTPS at this point of time. So, when we decided to open up the platform, we wanted to give an opportunity for more developers to create content. And while this is available, I think we were also given a comment saying that we're trying to make sure that it does become HTTPS compliant at some point. But the thing is, look at the services that are on the internet.org at this particular point of time. I mean, you're talking about banking, but that's not really the core kind of services that we are offering. And as a technology company,
It's supposed to be a platform where you don't decide what service is supposed to be offered. That's the whole point of the platform.
Agreed. At this point, I said that at this point, these are not the services that we are offering. We limited services.
That's the whole point of the platform. It's not about you deciding.
Let's let her finish.
We've opened up the platform and we have said that we're going to make it more compliant with security, and I think that that's something that we're going to do in the near future.
Pali, you can complete. You can respond to his question. We can go to Mr. Raman.
I think he has something to say on the same question.
On this point,
On this point, I can add to what she said. See, on security, you raise a very important point. On security, that's a clear issue where there is no level playing field. For example, today, if you do internet or it's going through a telco is obliged to make available all unencrypted data to the legal enforcement agencies. So we are
Mr. Ramachandran, could you speak a little louder, please?
I'm soft-spoken. The telcos are obliged by license condition to conform to strict security requirements which the government gives us. Security and privacy requirements. And this is an aspect of level playing field which is a huge one, which OTT communication service providers are not obliged to. That's a fact which has been taken note of by European Commission 2 days ago, and they have said they're going to review the complete regulatory framework to bring a sanity into it, level playing field into it. So what you're saying is right. We can't do things which are not forbidden by the government. And
security is allowed on mobile connections right now. Secure transmission on mobile connection is perfectly legal and it's done by all services, including Facebook.
That is subject to the monitoring by the agency.
Yes, exactly.
That will be case by case.
No, it's not case by case. It is data, it is encrypted and is guaranteed secure. It's already the case and it's been the case for at least a decade.
You're not understanding my question, my answer. The point is anything which is offered by the telco. See, today if somebody writes free on our infrastructure, telco infrastructure, I have no control. So I'm not responsible. But once it writes on the telco, he is responsible to the licensor, to the government of India, on privacy rules, on security rules, on payment licensing rules, on spectrum rules, everything hinges on him. So that would be the sort of any application which I load on to my this thing as a telco, I have to follow that. I'm very clear on that.
Alright, thanks Mr. Ramachandran. Alright, do we have
Part 2 and part 3 not answered yet.
Part 2 and part 3, we'll just get back to it. I think some of the panelists want questions specific to, so just for the entire audience, if we could focus on questions on innovation and competition in relation to net neutrality. So someone in the front, yeah.
Hi, I'm Divish, I'm a fourth year student at law school. Firstly, I just want to congratulate Nikhil and Kiran and the entire Save the Internet team. I mean, regardless of whatever value judgment you make on it, on just the fact that you managed to galvanize the debate and actually make something like this, like the reason we're having this entire debate and such a popular debate happen is because of you guys, and I'm very grateful for you, and we all are, I'm sure. I have a couple of questions. The first to Nikhil is, what is the case for market pessimism in India right now in the telecom industry itself? We have a couple of public options. We have BSNL, we have MTNL. The public options can be heavily regulated by the government to provide an open, neutral platform for the internet. Secondly, we're not like the US. We don't have the kind of duopolies or I'm presuming, I don't have the data necessarily to back this up, but I'm presuming that we aren't as oligopolistic a market as the US. So, if you are able to pitch the benefits of a neutral internet to several million people as you have been able to do now, why the case for pessimism that they would that telecom operators themselves would not have the incentive to provide a free and neutral internet? That's my first question. My second question is to Mr. Ramakrishnan and Yadav. When you talk about social utility and increasing access and why it's really important for and why it's important to give telcos more control over the data they're processing. I think if you're talking about social utility, you might want to make a case for greater regulation as opposed to lesser regulation. And this is because when you're talking about how certain kinds of data need to be prioritized, say you need to prioritize healthcare or you need to prioritize government services, when you're handing over all of control of the data to private players with a necessary profit incentive, I don't see that kind of social utility coming out in the kind of services that they provide. Now, internet.org may call itself a philanthropic service. We'll see for how long that may be or whether at all it is. It's an opaque service. At the end of the day, we don't really know too much about it.
So could you just conclude with your question?
Yeah. Okay. So to conclude, wouldn't it make much more sense to have to characterize the internet as a public utility and regulate it for the same kind of social ends that you perceive as good in themselves, for better government services, so for things that you can characterize as good and therefore have better access to them without a private player with a profit motive coming in and regulating them according to its own whims. Those are my two.
Nikhil, would you like to take the first question? Just before that, I think Dipali has to leave a little early at 1. I think we're planning to extend the Q&A till 1:10. So Dipali will have to leave at 1. So if there are any questions for Dipali, I request the next question to be directed to her. Yeah, Nikhil.
So I don't think we have much choice right now, because if you look at the submissions to the TRAI, find me a service provider including MTL and BSNL that doesn't that wants to support net neutrality. So I don't think we really have a choice. I hope that answers your question about the pessimism. The other thing is that if you look at the numbers, between them, Airtel Idea and Vodafone have 64% of the active users in India when it comes to mobile phones. Add Arcom to the list, it becomes about 69%. So while there is supposedly competition, there are largely 3 or 4 players who dominate. Also, Airtel Idea and Vodafone have a tower joint venture called Industars. They have 3G interconnect agreements. So to me, it just seems that they're slicing up the market between them, at least 64% of it. So I don't know if there's adequate competition, but the telecom operators believe there's adequate competition. It's that's up for, I guess, the government to figure out. The important part is that, like I said earlier, when spectrum is a limited resource which is being given to licensed players, I think controls need to be put on their operations to ensure that they don't become predatory. If you have spectrum which everyone can buy, right, and every service, every app provider will be if they are in a position to buy spectrum, that's fine, that's fair market, that's free market operation. But they can't. Their entire business depends on the access to their business, and therefore the activities of the access provider need to be controlled. That's my point of view on that.
Can we get Mr. Ramachandran to respond? Mr. Ramachandran,
Dipali is going earlier.
Dipali, do you have any points to make in response to that question?
No, I think the other questions for I got something to respond to him, but I thought...
we'll take questions for Dipali right after this.
Okay, I'll finish. I think your question was about whether it is really probably better to have more regulation rather than less regulation. In a point of view, you are right, up to a certain extent. But we have got the ultimate, competition is the best way to address market force requirements. That's, I think, a given, and everybody will agree to that. And India has got at least 3-4 times the level of competition of other countries in mobile. So it doesn't make sense. In fact, we've got too much regulation today. We need to go for more of light touch, hands-off regulation, reduce that. And I'm not advocating any licensing for OTT communication players or OTT content players. We know that that will stifle innovation. So that's, it might be appropriate at a time when you're opening up the market. At that time you do that, not at this stage.
Just to follow up in response to what Dilip said, what Mr. Ramachandran and I are arguing essentially is not either in favor of regulation or against regulation. We're arguing against an abstract notion of neutrality. Now, if you agree and concede that you don't want to be neutral, you have the advantages of both. Just as you have competition for services and innovative products that require higher bandwidth, and if they are good, they will be in a position to bargain for better access and better delivery. Say, as we suggested earlier, say something like Netflix. Now that's obviously one competitive aspect of not being neutral insofar as internet access is concerned. Secondly, if you want to subsidize and prioritize certain essential services of the government like you suggest, you are being not neutral anyway. So our primary submission is that by not committing to neutrality, the state and the consumer at large is not being walled in, to use an expression that's being used quite frequently here. if you don't commit to such an institutional framework of neutrality, then you have the option of identifying those fields that require subsidies and preferential access, setting them apart, and still having the competitive wherewithal to enable other innovative services to demand and market themselves in such a way as to get preferential access to be more competitive. So by